Okay, we have a green box, we have a live counter. Going to assume that means we are live, or very shortly will be.
We're
That
live.
means welcome back to the Storytime Network. It is once again the Paradox Hour podcast, and today, if you didn't get enough of anime last weekend with the 5-hour stream, you're getting another one. It's the Fall 2021 wrap-up.
I mean, it's a good thing we're doing this because last week's stream was just so long. We had to straight up skip some of this fall stuff because we were already going along as it was.
Ooh. Where is it? We got that. Okay, yeah, we did basically just skip that stuff, yeah. Maybe that's something we should do for next year's year-end wrap-up.
Yeah, put off the fall stuff and
yeah, just basically say if you want to hear about the fall stuff, we'll be doing it. We'll either have already done it or we'll do it later.
We'll make exceptions for like really notable shit, but other than that, like yeah.
But we should get underway so that this one doesn't end up anywhere near as long. Starting with 86. Oh, I feel bad for it.
What do we even have to say?
I don't know.
I'm extremely good and unfortunately screwed by production woes.
Yep.
I'm not sure if I've actually watched anything new.
JC staff, please, get a better schedule, please.
This is A1.
Oh, A1, please get a better schedule. Also, JC staff, also probably get a better schedule.
I mean, we could probably say that to most of the animation studios.
Probably. Hey, you know what had a great schedule this year? Dynazenon, and that show turned out great.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah. You know, I'm pretty sure Kyoto Animation also only put out one show last year.
Yeah.
And they did great.
In fairness, they had slightly, different circumstances.
Yeah, but still, I'm sure their schedule was still great.
Oh, I'm sure it is, because they're one of the good studios, but yes.
Studios that only put out like 1 or 2 anime a year generally do a lot better than studios that put out like multiple anime per season.
Yeah,
is unfortunately how it is.
Granted, multiple studios have, multiple teams, to be fair, but there's often a lot of staff crossover, and yeah, regardless, they need a better schedule. So,
but yeah, genuinely, I don't know if I've actually watched anything past what I've watched for the mid-season check-in, because I just sort of left it, and especially after hearing that the last 2 episodes were not gonna be out until March.
To be fair, like the back half of the Cour was basically like bi-weekly because of production and/or scheduling things.
Yeah.
Yeah, most recently...
I don't blame you for holding off on catching up until it was all out.
I've currently got episodes 19, 20, and 21 still to watch.
Those were all bi-weekly.
I'll just watch them once the last 2 come out.
Yeah, wait until March.
Wait until the second to last one is out, and then watch all the rest of them, and then watch the last one when that comes out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, this is really good stuff. And unfortunately, the latest episode ended on a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Another reason I'm glad I didn't watch anything.
Oh, you would have been screaming.
On a scale of 1 to changes, how bad was the cliffhanger?
Probably an 8.
Ooh boy,
9.
That's bad. That's real bad.
Yeah.
I won't say what it entails.
I'd give it probably a 7 or an 8.
Just for anyone who's not aware of the scale I'm using, Changes is the Dresden Files book, in which the book ends with the protagonist having been shot through the chest.
Yep.
Yeah, it may or may not be something like that.
Goody.
I mean, it is close to the scale of One Piece Chapter 900.
Interesting.
Yeah, we don't know what's going on with certain characters right now, so.
I mean, the screenshot doesn't look like great news for whoever's fingers those are.
Oh, this is just pure imagery.
Yeah, don't worry, that's imagery.
Okay, because there's not a lot of like gore stuff that gets me to cringe. Fingernail stuff gets me cringing.
Oh yeah, bloody
this
stubs
is
of
imagery
fingers.
right here. Oh, I agree.
No,
this is imagery right here.
Yeah, World Trigger got me like that back in when was season 2? Winter.
Winter, I believe. Yeah.
See, that's another way you can do it. You know, one core at the start of the year, the other core at the end of the year.
Yeah.
That's what Mushoku Tensei did.
It worked out great
and
for them.
His production worked out really well.
Yeah. Moving on then, because we really don't have much to say about this at the moment.
We talked a lot about 86 in the year-end wrap-up too.
Yeah.
The show's really freaking good. Watch it. Stay tuned for March.
Good.
I mean, if you are going to watch it, maybe wait until March, but do watch it.
Unless you're a masochist and enjoy ending on cliffhangers.
Moving on then to Aquatope on White Sands. God damn it! This is supposed to be a slideshow, but I'm honestly not sure if it's going to work that way because it's being weird with how it's set up.
Oh well, we can still talk about the show.
Yeah, obviously.
So those otters are adorable.
So outright, it didn't do what we wanted.
It also didn't do what we didn't want, though.
It didn't.
Yeah.
Let's see if
we didn't lose.
It's ambiguous,
but we
so
didn't win.
What? That's fine.
I will take the neutral option.
Hey, we got a lot of hand-holding. It's fine.
I mean, we got a lot of language like, you'd be so pretty as a bride.
Yeah, no, that... How did they put that in there and not have them get together? I do not understand the logic behind that.
I really don't understand either. Again, there's just so much... Again, like... Somebody mentioned that they were talking to a friend of theirs who was like, oh, Aquatope's not gay. And they wanted, help explaining why it was so very clearly gay. And my rationale was, if you imagine that one of the girls is a guy, and this is a potentially heterosexual romance, would you think that it was clearly romantic behavior? If the answer is yes, it's gay.
Yeah, exactly.
Unfortunately, some people are just far too willing to ignore that in favor of the, oh, they're just friends explanation. Yeah. Which is just, ugh.
I mean, look, it's nice that, you can have a vaguely romantic relationship without it, or vaguely romantic relationship while still keeping it platonic. And that two girls that age can be close with no, jealousy plots or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. I believe it's called a queer platonic friendship or something. I'm not super familiar with the concept, to be honest.
I believe that is the term, yes.
Yeah, beyond all the gay/not gay stuff, this was still a pretty good wrap-up, even if most of the Gamma Gamma employees did get kind of sidelined in the second core.
Yeah, a little bit.
I
mean, I would argue that even Fuka got sidelined in the second core to an extent.
Yeah, but her arc was mostly done, and she got a bit more towards the end.
She did get a bit more towards the end
too, which was really nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, we learn a bit more about the vice director.
Yeah. He isn't a complete jackass, just mostly a jackass.
I mean,
no, he's just very serious about what he does because he cares about the animals and stuff. So, you know what? That's
I guess. I'm still not on board with his behavior.
It's enough, okay? Look, I was sort of right, okay?
It doesn't entirely excuse his treatment of Cuckoo, but it does explain his attitude at least.
Yeah.
Which I'm willing to accept.
Yeah.
It's like, he could have been nicer to her, He didn't have to be like that, dude.
He could have been a lot nicer. He nearly, made her burn out.
Yeah.
It was only through therapy via baby turtles that she was happy to come back.
Hey, baby turtle therapy is really good. Don't knock it.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I love those honors.
Yeah. I mean, overall though, it was a good show.
Yeah, very good show, very solid. It'd probably be higher up on my own personal list if it wasn't such a packed year.
Same. It just barely got squeaked out of my top 10 by Dynazenon, which is unfortunate, but at the same time, Dynazenon was fucking amazing. So
Yeah. Just a lot of amazing stuff this year.
Yeah, it did just make it into my top 10.
it was a really competitive year for top 10s, honestly.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm trying to remember what else there was.
Stuff wrapped up pretty good.
Maida ended up coming back to work at the aquarium, which was nice.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah.
Kaoru and Fuka went on a trip to, what was it, Hawaii?
Yeah. I love that fish lover dude was considered, but he was ultimately bumped off in favor of Fuka.
That's a freaky fish guy.
That is a very freaky fish guy. If I have
freaky fish guy.
If I have one regret from the second core, it's that it didn't give enough attention to him, because
he didn't really serve much of a purpose, did he?
Not really. He was
there to be a goofy fish guy and to ship a ship that never wound up happening.
Yeah.
I mean, Kai basically just disappeared in the last couple episodes.
That's so funny. He was barely in the last episode at all.
I mean, he basically just showed up to say, "Oh, hey, my dad's hurt, and I'm gonna have to go back to look after him and work. So, bye."
And some sort of conflict with Kukuru, and it winds up not being a conflict at all.
Yeah.
Nope.
We were rewarded for fucking nothing.
Look, we've just had so much experience with not just anime, media in general, going like headlong down the heterosexual route, despite anything contrary to that happening.
I'm convinced someone at PA Works.
Wrong.
I'm convinced someone at PA Works is like, "Hey, yo, you gotta put like a male character here. We can't have people thinking this is gay. Come on, come on."
It's like PA Works like executive or someone on the production committee.
Yeah.
Doing that.
No, come on. We can't have this being gay. What's the matter with you?
In hindsight, PA Works, and especially I think this team, has done this kind of thing before in the platonic friendship between two girls overshadowing the to be fair, in the other show it was outright heterosexual romance, but in Irazuku, because the friendship between main girl and her the young version of her grandmother very much overshadowed the romance plot to the point.
I also didn't like the guy, so I'm kind of glad it didn't really work out.
The guy just got no attention. He just got no attention. And
I didn't like the little attention he did get. So.
Yeah. So in hindsight, maybe we should have seen it coming, but hey, it is what it is.
I ain't gonna complain. It worked out just fine, honestly.
Yeah.
But yeah,
so, moving on to Banished from the Heroes Party.
Okay, this turned out to be way better than I expected it to be when I started out. It was already like a fairly good show, but like I am so happy with how this show wound up being. Because you have this whole conflict in the center of the show being about like whether or not the hero should be forced to take up the mantle to fight the Demon King, or whether they need to sacrifice all of their personal happiness, basically all of their emotions, all of their identity to the singular goal that they never asked for in the first place. And I love that it comes down to no, the individual does deserve to have their own choice and live their life the way they want to, rather than be forced to live this incredibly sucky life for the sake of helping people that she never really even knew, and and she ultimately winds up becoming an adventurer and helping out and protecting people anyways, but she does it of her own accord this time, which is the difference. Being forced into heroism is like not really a great thing for anyone, whereas choosing heroism is a genuinely great thing, you know?
Mm.
I also just love the central romance in this show because it is genuinely one of the best of the year, and it just develops really organically and really well.
Very interesting. They say that in a year, not even in a year, in the season with Komi-san.
See, with Komi, that one is a lot more slow burn.
Oh, incredibly slow burn.
This one, it flows a lot faster than typical will they, won't they romances, and it's like, oh yeah, they're basically a couple by episode 3. And it's helped by the fact that they have previous history and strong chemistry from the get-go.
That's good, at
so
least.
It's not like, so it's like, oh yeah, you know, I know you. I really liked you. I wanted to ask you out, but you were really busy with your whole adventuring with your sister to slay the demon lord thing.
Yeah.
Speaking of the sister, Rudy wound up being a surprising standout because of just her whole journey with trying to assert her own individuality and be able to feel again after just being suppressed by her own hero power thing.
Yeah.
The whole thing with blessings is really interesting overall, and I find the conflicts it causes to be a lot more unique than most generic fantasy series that come out of anime.
Yeah, because most generic fantasy series are isekais.
Yeah, they don't
and
put
therefore
a lot of
have very little creativity.
They do not put a lot of thought into the magic system. But yeah, like the whole blessing thing actually makes me feel almost sorry for the central antagonist, or one of the central antagonists, just because he's like, it's very clear that his sanity is frayed by his blessing and how it influences his psychology.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, he's such a colossal asshole that it's also hard to feel sorry for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a very good show. The animation isn't always the greatest, but its story and its characters do a lot of the work to make it such an enjoyable ride.
Yeah,
and I would definitely recommend it.
We don't need to go into the studios again. I'm fairly sure we did that last week.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just know that there are 2 studios, which is not a brilliant sign to begin with, and neither studio has done anything particularly of note.
Yeah. Like I said, characters and story carry this for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And the music is also pretty good, actually.
That's good.
The OP is very nice. Has a very relaxing vibe, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, good show. Give it a check out. Give it a look. It is definitely worth your time.
And not an isekai.
It is not an isekai. Yes, that is definitely a bonus for people.
Even if that title makes you think it was.
Oh yeah, no, that title is fucking long.
Yeah, that's just a light novel thing, not exclusive to isekais.
Yeah, I know, but still, it's so often.
I get it.
Like the just like direct translation version is, I was kicked out of the heroes party because I wasn't a true companion, so I decided to have a slow life at the frontier. I nearly ran out of breath.
Why are you like this?
Nearly ran out of fucking breath. Anyway, moving on to Blue Period.
This one is a fun one.
Okay, so do we want to address the elephant in the room now or later?
You mean the scene where Yatsura and Yuka do nude self-portraits?
Yeah, just the implications of that scene. Because, look, Yuka's whole gender identity situation has never been the clearest. And frankly, in a scene that maybe was supposed to, clear it up, it made things muddier to my mind. Because I'm honestly, genuinely not sure anymore. One thing we can say for sure, Yuka is definitely bisexual.
Yep, that was definitely.
But genuinely...
But they seem to have a preference for men.
Yeah. So
all we know for certain is that Yuka is queer as hell, and good for them.
So the other issue with the scene is that Yuka doesn't actually say a lot about it. It's a lot of Yatra basically
internal monologuing.
Not even internal monologuing. He's talking to Yuka for a lot of it, but just actually saying sort of his view and how it might have changed based on what Yuka has said. The only thing Yuka says is, because of my looks, it would have been simpler if I was only into men. Now, what the fuck does that even mean?
No idea. We also know that Yuka's parents are shit.
Does it mean that it would have been easier in terms of her when she says looks? She means her like biological sex. Does that mean she thinks it would have been simpler if she was only gay, or does she mean when she says looks that it would have been simpler if she could have been considered heterosexual?
It's hard to say. It's really ambiguous. Like, I guess the creator did not know exactly where they were, how to be clear with this character, and
what makes things even more complicated is that for most of the series, again, I honestly didn't notice this, and I don't know, so this is me taking stuff off the internet, which is, notably transphobic. So take this with about a dozen salt shakers worth of salt. Apparently, Yuka, for most of the series, uses the masculine form of I.
It was Boku, wasn't it?
Oreo Boku, something like that. But for a short period, up until this conversation, from I think the time she nearly gets kicked out by her parents to this conversation with Yatra, she uses Watashi, the feminine version. But after the conversation goes back to Boku, Ore, whatever it is. Again, I personally didn't notice this. I don't know. So...
that's really interesting. Also really confusing.
Incredibly confusing. My guess, and I'm not particularly sure how much I like this interpretation. I certainly think that Yatra is perfectly, or feels sure in his decision that Yuka is just a cross-dresser and is not trans.
Okay.
I mean, again, it's very unclear, because at one point during this conversation he says, "Frankly speaking, I thought you were a cross-dresser, but now that I know, it's different." What does that mean? What does that mean?
How can they clear things up while still being vague?
I don't know. I'm just really confused.
It's just incredibly open to interpretation.
I've watched that scene 3 times. I still don't know. Not to mention, again, I'm fairly sure I mentioned this last week. I did go and check the scans of the manga, and Yatra does refer to Yuka as Ryuji pretty much the entire time. Certainly in the bits that I checked.
Yeah, that tracks.
So I don't fucking know.
Yeah,
it seems simplest just to call Yuka queer and stick to they them as much as possible. Unless Yuka actually comes out and says what the pronouns are.
Yeah, it is really odd. Just, Yuka is very gender, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, other than that, the show is genuinely actually pretty fucking good. I genuinely really enjoyed Blue Period.
I will say though, I feel really bad for the students who didn't pass the university exam.
Yeah.
Especially Kuwana.
Kuwana, yeah. Though, maybe it's the sort of, kick up the backside she needed, because she did seem that she was going to take it again and maybe take it, I don't want to say more seriously, but, like, she sort of, I feel certainly my view was that she sort of slingshotted between too confident. Oh, the rest of my family got in. I'll probably get in as well. To well, not confident, and say basically like not thinking she was as good as her family. So maybe this is what she needed. I don't know. What I will say is I've known about this pretty much the entire run of the show because I made the slightly dumb mistake. Well, this was back when we were doing the premiere or the 3+ episode check-in. I went on the Blue Period wiki to see if I could find any information about Yuka's gender because I wasn't sure. And then
I get that.
And then I fell into the rabbit hole of, hey, I wonder how quick this is going. Ended up on Yatara's page and saw that, he's a student at Tokyo University. Okay, he passes then, I guess. So, a lot of this, dramatic, oh no, he's sick, he struggled in the second exam, he missed the first day or whatever. Yeah, that didn't really hit that much for me. Because I was like, I know he passes.
At the same time, though, it's interesting seeing him struggle and overcome that struggle.
No, and, as I said, it's still enjoyable. I still enjoyed what I got with it. I'm fairly sure ANN brought this up, but it is an interesting decision to have the nude model, right there up there on screen with no nipples or pubes, but on they certainly are there on Yatara's picture.
Yeah, that's odd.
They know they can't get away with actually showing, at the very least, nipples in the anime, but they can probably get away with it in a painting.
Yeah. With the painting, they have the excuse that it's art.
Going just while we're on the subject of the nude pictures, Yatara seemed to be holding his pad in a very interesting position when he was doing his nude sketch. What I want to know, was the pad over the genitalia, or was the genitalia resting on the pad?
Probably over to conceal a possible boner.
I don't think he was way too uncomfortable to get a boner.
You're right. You're right.
No, when I'm saying this, I mean the one he did of himself.
Ah, yes.
I mean, yes. In the actual exam, he's very specifically said, "Hey, this is not a sexual atmosphere at all." Wow, that's weird.
Yeah.
Or that's.
I mean, I'm glad that they went that way.
Yeah.
No, this is a good show. Like, if you can get past all the odd stuff with Yuka, it's good.
Yeah,
it's quite good.
Anything else? Nice to see Yatasuke got in.
Yeah, Yatasuke is a good being. I'm glad he got in.
I liked when Yatara was having, like, his inspiration or a breakdown or whatever the fuck it was, maybe both. Yatasuke was just looking at the people going past and then just quietly scooted himself a little further away.
Yatasuke is funny as hell.
Yeah.
Just how he bounces off Yatara is so fun.
Yeah. I do wish we knew whether Hashira at least passed the exam, even if he didn't, was never going to go anyway.
No, he didn't pass. The teacher said she had 3 of her students get in, so if you count Yatasuke, then that's...
does she count Yatasuke is the question.
True. All we know for sure is that Yatara, the female student whose name I don't recall, and
Sakuraba, maybe? I don't remember her either.
Not really particularly developed.
Yeah.
She was more of a side character. And I mean, good for her for getting in, but, like, still.
Yeah. Oh, that would be one last thing. I believe this took us to the end of Volume 6.
Oh, wow.
I don't know for sure because I'm just going off chapter titles because there's no actual summaries on the wiki. But the last chapter in volume 6 is titled "No Regrets." So, and then
not even a letter.
No. And then
Sorry, I was hoping you would catch that reference.
No, I did not.
Darn it.
So that's chapter 25. Chapter 26 is Godai Life Day 1. So yeah, I'm gonna assume it was end of volume 6.
Wow, those are some big chapters. If they
well, yeah,
it's
monthly.
volume.
It's monthly, so it's 40 odd pages. There's only 4 chapters of volume, so.
Dang.
But yeah, I would honestly welcome a second season of this.
Probably won't happen for a little while since the manga's still ongoing.
Oh no, it will not happen for a while, considering. Volume 6 came out November 2019. Volume 7 came out March 2020. Then again, we are in 2022. I've just realised we are getting close to 2 years out from March 2020. How many volumes are out? There's 11 volumes out, so.
So give it a couple of years, and we'll probably get a second season.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see what 7 arcs want to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's move on then.
Moving on then to Demon Slayer, both Mugen Train arc and Entertainment District arc.
Well, the Mugen Train arc ended exactly as you would expect if you'd seen the movie. So.
Really, I thought they were going to do like an alternate ending type of thing. I wonder why wouldn't they do that? I don't understand. I don't understand. Why would you watch this?
Ufotable aren't assholes who disrespect the manga, unlike a certain studio that works with Clovers.
Yeah.
I will never not take those bot shots.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah, it finished exactly, how we knew it'd finish. Then we got to the Entertainment District arc, a 40-minute first episode for that. So technically, in terms of actual, lengths of episodes, we're at what? I think 7 episodes worth? 6 episodes worth. 6 episodes worth.
And the weird thing about the full-length premiere is that, like, a good 60-75% of that is, like, basically an epilogue to the Mugen Train arc.
Yeah.
Which, hey, I'm not going to complain too much about because there wasn't much of the way of denouement in the Mugen Train movie, so I get it. But at the same time, like, come on, just get onto the good shit.
I have remembered why this is possibly one of my least favorite arcs of Demon Slayer.
Why is that?
Well, beyond the fact that. As I'm sure we will get into next season, or in our next season streams, the final fight. Oh boy, does it drag!
It is a long one, yes.
I don't particularly like the particular demon that's the villain. What the fuck's her name?
Daki.
Yeah, she's just not very compelling. She's just sort of there.
I know plenty of people that like her for. That think she has a very nice personality.
I personally choose to see past that and focus my objectification on the male characters because not enough people do that. I believe in equal opportunity objectification.
To be fair, Uzui does have fantastic biceps.
He does, but he's also kind of a dick.
Kind of.
Yeah, but he's kind of a dick, but he's also a grade A wife guy, from what we can see so far.
I appreciate that, but he was willing to kidnap 2 girls to shove them into a very dangerous mission.
Look, he's no nonsense, He has the job to get done. He cares about his wives, okay?
Like, how old are the triplets?
Well, maybe.
Young.
We don't know. We don't know.
Yeah.
All we know is that they're like preteens, probably.
How old is Tanjiro at this point?
Like 16? 17?
Okay.
I don't know. He's a teenager.
Yeah.
He would be in high school.
13 at the start of the manga,
he's got
15 after
kids.
completing training with Sabito and Makumo.
Okay, and given extra months afterwards, he's probably around 16-ish.
He is probably around 16-ish. That's another thing that this is more of a general problem with Demon Slayer rather than actual the Entertainment District arc. We have 4 months between the end of Mugen Train and the start of Entertainment District, and you don't show us anything. Maybe you show us a little bit more than you did in the manga, because we actually get to see Tanjiro's last mission. But in a series where Zenitsu and Inosuke severely struggle with time, you don't give us anything with that. Especially considering
to
be fair, Inosuke does get a really fun spotlight in the latest episode.
He does.
Yeah.
Like, and that's the thing. That's why I'm actually annoyed, because this arc actually has some really, really good moments of serious non-comic relief Inosuke. Inosuke just being competent, and it just happens so infrequently.
Well, you know.
Like, I would genuinely love a little, filler mini arc where Inosuke just like gets to do a mission on his own. I don't want to see a Zenitsu solo mission, because 90% of it would be screaming, and then the 10% would be him, actually being a badass. And God, do I hate that his is probably my favorite techniques.
I will
Maybe
say,
you should be asleep all the time.
Oh, that reminds me. That reminds me. I forgot I had that screenshot.
I love him so much.
I forgot I had that screenshot.
I also love the bit where they're like, all the Demon Slayer, Inosuke, Tanjiro, and Zenitsu are cross-dressing, and turns out Zenitsu has mad skills with shamisen, and the brothel owners go gaga over Inosuke's face because he looks so goddamn pretty.
Oh no, Inosuke is super fucking pretty.
That voice comes out of that face.
Yeah. And Zenitsu having one of the few funny moments of the arc that isn't centered around him screaming was also fun.
Yeah. No, Inosuke is literally the perfect combination of bishy and muscly.
Yeah. He's great. I love Inosuke so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also... Oh, go ahead, say your thing.
I mean, again, like, we brought this up all the way back when we were talking about the first season, but Inosuke is basically a bridged Vegeta at this point. Maybe with a little less self-sabotage, but...
Yeah, little less.
He's... Put it this way, if he was in the situation, like, in the Cell Saga, I don't think he would let Semi-Perfect Cell absorb Android 18. I don't think he would.
I don't think he would either.
No, I don't think he would.
I think he'd be much more enthusiastic about just chopping up Cell and saying, haha, look at me, I beat Cell.
Yeah. He would probably eat Cell, honestly.
He probably would.
He'd eat Cell.
But yeah, Zenitsu actually getting to be a little bit serious was good.
I also like his actual moments of compassion towards the other girls working in the brothel.
Yeah.
That was nice.
Mm-hmm.
I also love how Tanjiro is such a certified good boy that even after they figure out that he's a boy, they're like, we like you, you're nice. I love that the one girl, that one lady, basically knew immediately and didn't rat on him.
I found it, interesting that Tengen was like to Inosuke, your voice will 100% give you away. When it's not like Hiro Shimono and Natsuki Hanai were doing that good of a falsetto.
Yeah.
Like, the two could probably pull off voicing female characters, but they weren't doing it.
They weren't even trying.
I mean, no shade. I'm not saying they should have, but, it seems cruel, especially considering Inosuke's actor probably could have pulled it off. Maybe not in Inosuke's persona, because he voices Inosuke really gravelly.
Mm-hmm.
The fucking muscle mice as well.
That was fucking hilarious. Oh my god.
Those mice are great.
The other thing is, was I the only one who sort of struggled to recognize the various oirans of the three main houses? Because oh fuck, that's not good. Right.
Oh, there you are.
There you are.
Oh, I'm back. Oh, that's good. Okay.
What happened?
My internet died for maybe 15 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, that happens.
Oh yeah, network error.
Welcome back. So yeah, my internet died for a few seconds, which is not great.
Mm-hmm.
At least it came back.
True.
It could have been worse. There has been a stream where it didn't come back. So what was the last thing you heard me say?
You're gonna. Let's see. We just talked about.
That's what I was saying. Was I the only one who struggled to sort of distinguish the oirans of the different houses?
Oh no, me too.
I'm pretty sure they were made up to look very similar because of oiran shit or whatever.
Yeah.
Because of yeah.
So obviously the Tanjiro's was just a normal person. Was the oiran at Inosuke and Zenitsu's actually the demon just working in two different houses, or
no? So the one at Zenitsu's was the Warabe Hime, I believe, was it? It was, and that is Daki.
right?
I believe the one at Inosuke's got abducted, and Tanjiro's was getting abducted when he was about to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But yeah, the oirans all look very similar, except for Daki, who has the obvious evil eyes.
I don't think they did a very good job of setting that apart, of making any of that clear.
They are supposed to be caked in makeup.
I know, but still.
Yeah. And the similar hairstyle and all that. Yeah, it's
Here's the thing: I'm not sure how often they were even named.
I don't recall.
I think a couple of them were, but I don't remember any of the names. So
anyway, yeah. I mean, it's still wonderfully animated. The tax-free animation is still doing its job.
Fotables Yoching habits never gets old.
I mean, I feel a little worse about making those jokes now that I think now former CEO of Ufotable was like, yeah, I was only doing that so I could pay my employees proper wages.
Yeah, I do feel bad about it too, but at the same time, that's more indicative of the anime industry having several problems.
Oh yeah, it's the point is that the studios aren't being paid enough money to actually make the stuff.
yeah,
exactly. So we could blame Shueisha for just being cheapskates.
Shueisha, Kadokawa, all of those big production companies.
It's a whole bunch. It's a lot of big companies.
I mean, Netflix is also in there as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I don't expect much of Netflix though.
Fairly sure somebody from Mappa had a lot to say about them.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Let's not get too much into it. Let's move on, shall we?
Yeah, let's moving on. Demon Slayer, good.
Demon Slayer, good.
Oh yeah,
this arc is an improvement on the last, I think.
Yeah, Yuki Kajiura, still great music.
Oh my god, she's so good.
She just puts out non-stop bangers.
Yeah, no,
she's
great music. Great music. Moving on then to Digimon Ghost Game.
Have fun gushing, Nmbr.
Not a lot to really gush about, and that's not even because the show's bad or anything like that. It's just so we're still doing episodic stuff, which I would have a problem with, but there has been plot moving forward a little bit because we've met characters who are able to shed some light on what's going on and what some of the Digimon are all about.
Is what's going on something to do with hey, yeah?
No.
Sorry.
But but yeah, it's hard to pin down how I feel about the show right now because it's still in a very similar state to as it was a few weeks ago. But it's still good. Some of the individual plot lines are very funny. Like one is where one of the characters is literally sucked into a video game. So there you go. Always got to do that one.
Wow, what a novel concept. I wonder why nobody has done that before.
Yeah, it's such a unique idea.
Literally, like, part and parcel of Digimon, honestly.
There's one Digimon that is basically the hash-slinging slasher, but it turns but it turns out it's just a Digimon that has a blade tail that keeps getting into an argument with it because it has its own will. So that's funny.
Huh.
And my favorite one, which I think is the most recent one, is where this chainmail is going around, and whenever someone deletes the chainmail, Digimon pop out of their phone.
Oh, that's what you mean by chainmail.
Yeah.
I was imagining a suit of armor.
No, I mean like the email, the one that says, "Hey, send this to X number of people, or you're gonna."
God,
I get it now.
Those things.
I get it now. But you just said chainmail, and it's thinking, I wonder why they're wearing armor.
That's understandable.
Wait, they're deleting chainmail? Oh, that okay.
Yeah. So it's having some fun ideas, but as of right now, it's still very episodic. I'm waiting for a ball to drop because this show, as I've mentioned previously, is surprisingly toothless. No Digimon has died as of yet.
That's because Ryomon hasn't been introduced, obviously.
No, not yet. We're waiting for it. But actually, straight up in the preview for next week's episode, or I guess this week's actually, we do see a Digimon die. So stuff is probably moving forward in terms of plot. So because it's been like, hey, when a Digimon dies that we actually care about, it's probably going to be like really big. So just waiting for more stuff to happen, but it's still a good show so far. I can't say whether or not I can recommend it as of yet to anyone that isn't already a Digimon fan, but we'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on then from one Toei property to another. Please don't kill us, Toei. Dragon Quest: Adventure of Dai.
Hey, don't worry. It's there.
Oh, it's the girls' night out. I love that.
Yeah, it is. It is girls' night out. Apparently, so funny thing. Apparently they toned down the fan service quite a bit from this part of the manga, so that's nice.
Interesting.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I do like whatchamacallit. I do really like this bit because we so rarely get more than one or two of the female characters in a segment at a given time. Like the once mom leaves this part, the main party, that's when Leona joins
Mm-hmm.
the first time. So it's more than a little irritating. But I am really glad that we got a little bit of time with the girls bouncing off each other and passing the Bechdel test for once.
Yeah, and now Leona is put into a more plot relevant situation, which is nice. I love her. she's
Leona's
so
great.
wonderful.
I love her banter with especially Mom and Dai.
Yeah, she's
They all have
great.
they all have such great chemistry with each other.
Mm-hmm.
If only Pop were able to remove his foot from his mouth.
Yeah.
Like every time he shoots himself in the foot, then picks the gun back up, takes aim at his other foot, and then fires again. It is hilarious, or it would
He
be if
is.
it wasn't kind of sad.
Yeah, poor Pop's not in a great place right now.
Oh, he is
He's
not. I haven't seen the latest episode, but he's like undergoing a serious blue screen right now.
Yeah, the most recent one's pretty interesting between some stuff happens between him and Mom. I'm not going to say what it is, but some
That's
yeah, interesting stuff happens and a little bit of drama, I'll say. A little bit of that old relationship drama happens. I'll just say that. Um I also like how both Dai and Hyunkel's weapons go back to Won-Burk, and they're basically like, "Hey, Dad, can you help us?
that is great.
Can
I
you make
love
us
that.
stronger?" Because that's basically what happens.
I
Um,
love when weapons are like semi sapients.
yeah,
Always really fun.
yeah. It's mostly just last few episodes have mostly just been prep for the big raid on Impel Down, basically.
Oh yeah, I do love a good Prison Break arc.
Yes. And Hyunkel seems like he's about to go back into the old darkness, which will be interesting to see.
Yes. I mean, $10 says he doesn't actually do it.
I'll hold my breath for now because I've seen the next episode preview.
Ooh, interesting.
So, I won't say what happens, but you'll see. Trying to think about what else. I mean that's mostly it. Dai
Oh, I love
apparently
Dai's training, which was really fun.
that was great. I like how Nova isn't an asshole, or at least not nearly as much of an asshole anymore.
He probably gets punished for it by being Dai's basically punching bag.
Yeah, and Dai apparently creates a new move, so that's gonna be fun. And it's like it reminds me of that one moment of Annie's lobby where Luffy whips out Gear 3 for the first time, but we don't see it, but we see what it does.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah.
I mean, it
So,
also slightly reminds me of Luffy using Blue Nose as a testing dummy for Gear Second.
oh yeah, that too. I think that's mostly it. We did get a bit of Avon backstory, which is cool.
Yeah, that
That's
was
But I thought he died.
he
it.
did.
Yes, he did. It was someone else telling the story.
Yeah.
Oh, did he actually stay dead then?
Yeah, he stayed
So
dead.
far, yeah. Like, unless they pull something out of their asses or something like that,
Huh.
he's donezo.
Yeah. He's still very much dead. His legacy is very much still there though. For
Yeah,
a dead character, he is surprisingly relevant.
I mean, I do appreciate when stories do that when they have a major character death fairly early on, but they still have like a great deal of plot relevance well after the fact.
No, that's the best thing you can do cuz like yeah, it keeps him relevant and it makes him, it cuz like he's introduced so early on so we don't really get to see how great he is and then over time it builds up, oh wow, this guy really was he really was just an awesome dude who was a really good hero. So,
Hey, Demon Slayer, maybe you could, take a few hints.
To be fair, the Avon stuff was, I believe, from a one-shot or like a spin-off chapter thing. So
Yeah.
that isn't in the manga proper.
I mean, Rengoku had his own spin-off chapter that just hasn't so far gone adapted.
There is a spin-off manga about him and Giyu, apparently. So there is that.
That sounds fun and fancy.
Yeah.
How official is it? Because the less official it is, the more I'm inclined to think it's yaoi.
Official, very. In terms of canon, I'm not quite sure.
Right.
Because it's published by Viz, and it has the whole trademark and everything, so
Fair enough.
It is legitimate. But Die very good. We're gonna get the final battle soon. I'm excited. Good show. Also, I did a bit of an oopsie, or not really an oopsie, but I should have brought it up. An honorable mention for fight of the year. Dai versus Baran was really freaking good.
Oh yeah, that was a good one. That is definitely an honorable mention.
Yeah, that is such a really good fight. I don't think I would have put it as my fight of the year or runner-up, but I have to mention it because it was really damn good.
There were a lot of good fights earlier in 2021 that we just forgot to mention just because of all the other shit that happened in the year. Like there was one hero that I also should have put as an honorable mention.
Yeah. But yeah, Die good. I think that's all for now.
By the way, Jack, thank you for reminding me of the what was it, Bechdel test?
Bechdel test, yes.
Bechdel test. I can assure you it will be coming up later on. You can take guesses as to which show I'll be discussing it with.
Oh, let's take a look. I think I have an idea. Sometime very soon, I imagine.
No, actually.
Oh.
Quite near to the end. But we will get to that when we get to that. Moving on to Faraway Paladin.
I talked about it a lot last stream, but this one's really good.
Did the Faraway Paladin get closer?
Yes.
Okay,
he got closer to being a paladin, and he is a paladin now.
Good. Spoilers!
Also, he has so much homoerotic chemistry with Elf Boy.
I mean,
to the surprise of no one.
It's an elf. I'd be shocked otherwise.
Yeah, no, they have a great deal of chemistry. To the point where this little lady on the right basically jokes about making Menaldor into the heroine of Will's story when she writes the tale. It's a really fun show though. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it quite a bit. And
is an isekai though.
It is an isekai, but that aspect is almost completely irrelevant to the overall story.
Then why have it?
Yeah, that's
there are
the thing, right?
cases where it does come up, especially with regards to Will's state of mind at points. It does seem to have, like, his previous life does seem to have some influence here and there as to why he is doing what he is doing, but it isn't like super relevant to the overall story. And this series doesn't really have a lot of typical isekai mechanics. It doesn't really function on a game mechanic system. It's more like D&D in terms of the magic system.
Interesting.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So are there any warlock sugar babies?
None to my knowledge. There doesn't seem to be any indication of like the gods really taking mortal form too much in this setting. So yeah, the gods don't really interact with mortals directly too much. It's more like oh hey, you prayed for me, I'll give you this little blessing here and there.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of thing, you know?
Yeah. If I recall correctly from last week, this is another one that wasn't brilliantly animated.
Yeah, it does have the same issue as Banished in that there are some significant animation pitfalls here and there.
But it is getting a season 2.
It is.
I mean, good for it.
Yeah.
It's what it deserves.
That's good.
Now, if only they could, get on to Bloom season 2, that would be great. Well, not this particular studio.
There are so many shows that need a season 2.
Not this particular studio, but just, in general. It would be nice.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we are not going to get that anytime soon for a lot of those.
Yeah.
Which I am sad about. But anyways, next up is
moving on then.
About Faina?
No.
I don't think we're
Heike Story. We finished talking about Faina. We have nothing more to say about Faina. The fact is that none of us wanted to put it on the list for last week either.
It was okay.
It was
completely average and adequate.
It was okay. It was a fun little time. I wouldn't go back to it, but there are apparently people that really enjoyed it, so
Yeah.
I said Arcata enjoyed it as much as he did.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, good for him, but wow.
You'd think a guy who's all about endings would be a bit harsher on it, but I guess not.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, hey.
I mean,
that's cool.
If he can get his enjoyment out of it, more power to him.
Good for him. Yeah.
No, that's good. I'm happy.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. Speaking of good endings, though, Heike's Story ended really well, and it got me to cry again.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it's a good series. It has a really bittersweet, mostly bitter ending, but it is based off of historical events, so you can't really say like, haha, we're going to change history to make this a happier ending. No.
You say that, but people have tried.
They've tried.
I'm well aware. I know of some really bad animated Titanic movies that did that.
I still remember learning about the series that decided to change World War II history so that the Japanese, and I'm quoting from the book I read this in, self-righteously shooed America out of the Pacific.
I don't fucking know.
At which point Nazi Germany got really scared of Japan and declared war on them.
That's some revisionist bullshit right there.
Oh, hell yeah. This was the mid-90s when revisionism was in full force in Japan. Or as in full force as it gets.
Yeah, that tracks.
But none of that in the Heike Story.
No, none of that. Heike's Story is just a really well-told story about the historical rise and fall of the Tyrek clan.
Mm-hmm.
And I am glad that it is so well told. It feels concise, but not too short.
Yeah.
While also feeling like it feels like it's the proper length to tell the story it needs to tell. And I do like Biwa as a viewpoint character.
Yeah.
Because she's basically the whole a fictionalized version of the historical people who compiled the story and told it. And eventually wrote it down.
Again, given her name, it makes sense.
Yeah. I do like the integration of Biwa music throughout the story, too.
Yeah.
It does lend a certain air of storytelling and passing down tales to the series, which I really love meta devices like that. It's really fun and interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, Heike Story is really good. You might want to have a textbook and/or wiki page open though, because fucking hell.
Yeah, that's why I haven't finished it yet. So
again, I'm gonna read the version of it that I've got that's abridged at some point, and then I'll get onto the anime.
I wonder if it's gonna have meta jokes in that abridged copy.
But otherwise,
move on.
Moving on to High Guardian Spice.
I have not finished this. I have been so busy with everything.
I finished this today. It was actually pretty fucking good.
Oh, that's good.
That's nice to hear.
That's a pleasant surprise.
Genuinely enjoyed it, and as much as I and the show seem to want a season 2, I don't think it's going to get one. But I do want a season 2.
Very unlikely, unfortunately, because people are jackasses on the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, Crunchyroll was very keen to act like the show didn't exist, even though it was finished for a very long time.
Such a shame when there was literally, like, the main subplot in episode... God, what was it? Let me just get the show up on Crunchyroll. Episode 11 was literally the trans professor and the character who has been confirmed to certainly want to become trans, have a conversation about transition magic.
Oh, so this one character wants to trans their gender, and they have a trans mentor who is going to help them do that?
Basically, like, struggling through, being in a very masculine-focused family while, not feeling masculine and preferring feminine stuff.
Does not sound like fun.
And not even realizing that transition magic was a thing. There is a two-parter, the Festival of Fall, which is basically a Halloween two-parter, in which this character, Snapdragon, dresses as a mermaid, and some fucking douche bro has a go at him for it.
Does the douche bro get told off?
Yes. Well,
good.
The douche bro then has another go in episode 11, and Snapdragon beats the shit out of him.
Good.
Like, damn near breaking his wrist doing it.
Sucks to suck, douche bro.
Yeah. I just want to point out, want to know what the douche bro dressed up as for this Halloween festival?
What?
A fucking groom.
What?
He went around fucking propositioning people he thought were girls with a ring. And that's he propositioned Snapdragon because Snapdragon was dressed as a mermaid.
That's so cringe.
Yeah, and then got fucking pissed off when he realized it was Snapdragon.
Oh wow, he sounds like one of the douchiest of douche bros.
Yeah. Yeah, it's...
Well, good for him for getting the shit kicked out of him.
Yeah.
He deserves what he deserves.
Mm-hmm. Oh, fucking Buff Neppy Cat made a reappearance as well.
Oh my god.
So fucking great. He did it himself as well. He made the potion himself to, like, because...
That's impressive.
Because the whole point was that the girls had managed to find some... like magic healing water that they could use to heal the forest, and there was a spy for the mysteriously evil triumvirate that happened to be masquerading as a cat, and obviously Neppy Cat hangs around with the other cats. So Neppy Cat made himself buff and able to talk to warn the girls. But he also it's pretty rad of him, but he also doesn't have that much vocab, and it's great. It's so great. I love Buff Neppy Cat so much. What else is there? There's also the fact that when they were at the festival, they came across Sage's lesbian aunties, and then Professor Caraway, who... let's just say there is an interesting relationship between the three of them.
Oh my.
They blushed in each other's presences, and their explanation for how they know each other was, we go to the same parties.
So are they like swingers, or...?
Not sure. Nothing more was really said. Professor Caraway did then at the end of the two-parter chat some dude up, so who the fuck knows?
Maybe they're bi. Who knows?
Who the fuck knows? But it did meeting Professor Caraway and the little gay aunties did spark a line from Rosemary of, "It's weird when you see professors out in the wild. It almost makes them seem like people," which caused the current screenshot.
That is funny. That is actually funny.
There's also quite a few hints at a burgeoning romance between Sage and Snapdragon.
Oh, that's neat.
Which is quite nice. Yeah, honestly, genuinely, a show I enjoyed. I would probably put it. Where would I put it on my list?
I don't know.
I don't think it would quite make the top 20, but it would certainly be very close.
Interesting.
Huh.
I'd say
I don't know if I put
probably.
it that high, but I would probably put it in one of the higher tiers I've made.
I would say somewhere between Horimiya and Other Side Picnic. Which on my list is somewhere between 19th to 23rd.
Neat.
Somewhere around that, I would say. Because, yeah, not to mention, there were some really well-animated fights at the end.
Huh.
Like, a couple of really well-animated stuff. Like, surprisingly well-animated.
Interesting.
Oh, God, I've just... So in episode 7, they get trapped in a cave.
Oh, yeah.
They get trapped in a cave, and the way they get out is they basically chuck a dragon's egg that they were given by a quartet of sort of imp creatures called Buckles. They took the dragon's egg in the magic water, which makes it hatch and the dragons grow, and they get out of the dragon, and then the dragon crashes, having basically aged into a skeleton. And like, oh my god, did we kill it? And it goes, I'm okay! Just, once they've gotten off, it just flies away, and then just fucking explodes.
Oh my god.
And then it just sort of becomes like maybe stars, and Rosemary's like, oh, that's how stars are made. It's just,
God damn it.
I do like the show. I do like the show. Oh, we get more Parnell goodness as well, which is always good.
That's...
Is there anything else I want to mention? Not that I can think of. I mean, other than that, Parsley is the best.
Parsley is great.
Yeah. Oh, time gets a lot better. Time gets a lot better.
Good. Oh, is what's her face still a Chaos Gremlin Alpha Bitch hybrid?
Amaryllis, yes, very much so.
That's the best way I can think to describe her.
Oh no, absolutely. Like she goes from sort of extremes. Like sometimes she's like really really kind to Snapdragon, which is really nice, and she totally supports Snapdragon.
That's good.
With their gender issues. On the other hand, she did sort of get jealous that Snapdragon and Sage were spending time together, and tried to pull who was it? Rosemary, Parnell, and Slime Boy into a convoluted scheme that did not work.
Well, naturally.
But it was great because Slime Boy and Parnell were very clearly not involved in the scheme, and even Rosemary was like, "Yeah, I do not feel comfortable taking part in this plan. I will tag along with you, but I do not feel comfortable." Slime Boy
tagging along is for supervision purposes.
Yeah, Slime Boy and Parnell were literally just there to say, "I told you so" when it went wrong.
That sounds funny.
Yeah, no, I enjoyed the show.
That's good.
Moving on though to Cosmonaut Irina.
Ah, yes. Where overcoming fictional racism happens by surprising contrivance, and yet it somehow does make some sense. Sorry, I had to do the Russian accent.
In
No,
anime Russia,
very bad.
you fix racism.
But yeah, basically it turns out that the whole hush hush thing about Irina doing the Cosmonaut thing was the president slash prime minister of not Russia was manipulating circumstances so that regardless of the ultimate outcome, which wound up being Lev exposing that Irina did the Cosmonaut thing first and praising her for it. Regardless of the outcome, he would come out of that looking good and
I mean, he's a
advancing his
politician.
agenda.
He's a
Advancing his agenda.
He's a politician in not Russia. They tended to get very good at, making sure they come out on top whatever happens, because if they didn't, they would usually end up dead.
Yeah. I mean, at least this guy seems like he's much more pragmatic than just outright cold-blooded evil. So it's like,
Still describes a lot of the Soviet Union's leaders post-Stalin.
True. But yeah, he was like, hey, if I can do this and I get credit for sending a vampire to space and shaming not America for being racist.
It's a fair point.
It is a fair point. But yeah, Irina gets the recognition she deserves and
gets to go into space.
Well, the show basically ends with it being like, hey, here's a sneak peek of potential characters who might show up in a potential second season. And, oh yeah, Irina and Lev are probably going to go to space again.
Probably, yeah.
How likely do I think this is going to be to get a second season?
Weirder things have happened.
Weirder things have happened. I'm not sure how likely I think this is, considering the studio has pretty much only done We Never Learn and Monster Girl Doctor.
Huh.
So we'll see,
Pretty
obviously.
mixed bag there.
But, you know.
Either way, this was a good show.
Yeah, it was a good show. Oh, you watched it too, Nmbr?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was a fun show.
Yeah.
I do appreciate the chemistry the characters have with each other.
Yeah.
I do feel like the whole racism thing was solved a bit too cleanly, though.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I'm not sure you can even solve racism if you focus on it entirely in a 12-episode show.
Yeah, no. The whole racism thing is basically like, oh, I guess I won't be a bigot anymore because Irina isn't a bad person and I have warmed up to her.
Oh, if only that was the way fixing bigotry worked in the real world.
Yeah.
Sometimes it actually is, because I do remember reading an article about a black man who basically made his life mission to reform members of the KKK by befriending them.
Wow.
And he actually succeeded with quite a few of them.
Wow.
Like, he actually has their robes hung up in his closet after they turned them over to him.
Again, though, how long did that actually take for them to unlearn their, the racist mindset that had been ingrained in them since probably
No clue,
birth?
but at least several months to several years.
Yeah.
But still, good on that guy for being awesome.
Oh, yeah, good
wow.
for him.
That's a W. Wow. But yeah, Space Vampire good. I hope for Space Vampire 2, but we'll
Space
see.
Vampire, Electric Boogaloo.
God,
Yeah.
I forgot this is there are 3 vampire shows that in fall. 3.
Yeah.
And all of us watched at least one of them.
Yeah.
right.
But otherwise, moving on
Uh-huh.
to Jahy-sama will not be defeated.
Yeah, you gotta use the Ensemble cast shot.
Yeah.
The other screenshot was very funny, though. Even if there was no context for it when I sent it to you. But yeah, this ended pretty well. I really like this show. The comedy was really funny at times. And I really like the ensemble cast and how they bounce off of each other. Like, no two characters have the same relationship with each other, with any other pair of characters, and it's really fun to see it play out.
That's good.
It's a pretty well handled ensemble cast, even if not every character duo interacts with each other all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is a good comedy show.
Yeah, I'm just glad that it did turn out to be pretty good after that first review.
The first episode is definitely the weakest of the show.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't really lend a good impression to how the show will be, just because Jahy is so unlikable in the first episode.
Mm.
But it gets better pretty much from episode 2 onwards.
Yeah.
So if you're willing to stick around for a 3-episode run, then you will be rewarded for it. Because, like I said, the first episode is easily the weakest of the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this one's fun. This one's really fun. Just it does a lot of character-based humor that's instead of focusing on slapstick, but it does have some good slapstick gags as well.
Yeah.
The humor is mostly grounded in the characters and situations, though, which I find is usually the most consistent form of humor.
So it's an anime sitcom.
Yes, basically, kind of. It basically does revolve around like the situational comedy of a high-ranking demon being trapped on Earth with no power and is broke.
I feel like I've heard that summary before.
That's like Devil as a part-timer, except
less
not
McDonald's.
as well. Yeah, not as well animated, longer, more episodes, and much more of the cast is female. And also, like, there's no real romance in this show.
I wasn't trying to take a shot. It just came to me.
No, I understand. It's like an apples and oranges comparison beyond the initial premise, though. Also, I do kind of appreciate that there's no real focus on romance in this. It works a lot better that way.
That's good.
I mean, basically the entire main cast is female, too, which is fun. Don't really see a lot of comedies outside of, like, just straight-up regular slice of life that are predominantly female casts.
Would it be cynical of me? Would it be cynical of me to say that the female cast was the reason for not much of a focus on romance?
Not really, because there are some little hints here and there that some of the characters are definitely gay. Like, Druge and probably Sarva are almost certainly into women. I'm pretty sure Druge is outright in love with Jahy to some degree. So yeah, it's not that they want to avoid portraying same-sex romantic attraction, it's that they didn't want to focus on romantic arcs.
I mean, on a scale of, let's say, Dumbledore to everyone knows that they just haven't gotten out of the closet, how gay are they?
The characters in question, probably like, I want to say like a 9 for Druge and a 7 for Sarva.
Fair enough.
Like, Druge has a full-on masochistic crush on Jahy.
To each their own.
Yep.
Moving on, though, unless you have any closing thoughts.
Jahy's fun. It's a really fun comedy. Check it out.
Moving on, then, to Komi-san Can't Communicate.
This is such a good show.
That last, like, that closing, those closing lines there, wow, that actually made me tear up a little bit.
Yeah. Also, just Najimi just absolutely being a chaos gremlin throughout the entire last 2 episodes was funny as hell.
Oh, good lord.
Najimi's been chaos incarnate the entire run, frankly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it really goes to the fore in the last couple episodes. Especially with the whole getting their entire class disqualified from winning an award because Najimi was embezzling funds.
No, Najimi wasn't embezzling funds. They were profiteering, and they were making it a proper business. To the point where
at this point.
To the point where they had like two classmates going, "Yes, boss."
God.
Whenever they made and fucking like in a bath of money.
Najimi is such a delightful little shit. I love them so much.
Yeah.
Speaking of honestly pretty delightful little shits, the fact that Onemine like pretty much twigged the relationship between Tadano and Komi and just went full on wingman as soon as possible.
Onemine is so great. I love her so much.
She's the most normal character in this show.
Oh, 100%.
By far.
I don't know how she got in this school.
No, either.
Yeah.
Maybe they just needed someone sane to compare everyone else to.
I mean, maybe she has a sordid past like Tadano does.
Possibly. Tadano is also just aggressively average.
Yeah.
In so many parameters.
Mm-hmm.
Like, literally, that is his gimmick.
Yeah.
He is an average person.
Yeah.
But he can still rock that maid outfit. He rocked it pretty damn well.
He looked weirdly good.
I can tell you now that when Komi and Tadano actually, form their relationship proper, that maid outfit's 100% making a reappearance.
Oh, I would not be surprised in the slightest.
Komi was 100% into that.
Yeah. I do like that Komi came up with the idea of the maid cafe.
Yeah. No, Komi didn't come up with the maid cafe. That was Najimi, but Komi was okay with the maid cafe.
It was the one she preferred out of all the other options.
I mean, yeah, one of the other options was fucking Yamai's.
Fucking Yamai.
Worst part of the show. Genuinely despise every time she shows up.
I don't suppose every time she shows up. I just suppose almost all the time she shows up. She has occasional funny moments, but they are few and far between.
Do you want to share those funny moments? Because I can't think of any.
I am not remembering off the top of my head. It has been a hot minute since she actually had something funny that I laughed at.
Mm-hmm.
It was not in the last 2 episodes that I recall.
I mean, I binged from episode 8 to 12, so 5 episodes a day.
Oh, wow.
I binged a lot of stuff today. That's what I'm saying. Actually, no, not that much. It's just the fact that the stuff that I did have to binge had a lot of episodes out. Because all I really binged today was High Guardian Spice, Demon Slayer, and Komi. But they all had multiple episodes. They all had like 5 episodes for me to watch.
Yeah, that tracks.
Mm-hmm.
What else? Oh, that's right. Slightly... No, I won't say weird. Understandable shifting of events from when they happened in the manga. So...
they wanted to make it work out better for the season finale, I imagine.
Well, basically what I'm sure they wanted to do, because the segment where Komi had to give out the tissues, and the segment where they went to Nakanaka's house to play video games, and
those take place after the cultural festival, then?
No, those take place before the Obon festival.
Oh, okay.
Because those take place in summer. Which is why it's very weird that... because in that episode, Komi goes to Tadano's house. But then when the Nakanaka video game segment comes up, she's worried about her first visit to somebody else's house.
Ah, right.
So it's slightly weird. It's slightly weird timing. What they wanted to do, I'm sure, is they wanted to end that episode on Komi basically saying that she didn't want summer to end.
Yeah.
Mm.
And otherwise, if they'd had to fit those two segments in, it would have been the end of the episode. And it was a good, nice, like heartwarming end of the episode. To be fair, it just made the timing a little weird.
Mm. Yeah, you know how things are though when they adapt stuff. Sometimes things get shuffled around.
Yeah.
I'm not going to complain too much. This is still a very good show.
No, it definitely is. It definitely is. Like, I did come out of it like really smiling. I completely forgot the second year in the sports festival, the fact that she existed.
Oh, she's a fun one. I like her hot-blooded nature.
Yeah.
Yeah, what shonen anime is she from?
Yes.
What else was there? I do like Country Girl. I hope to see her make more appearances.
Oh yeah, I forgot she was a thing.
Inaka.
Yeah. I also like the Space Case girl. What her name is?
Kaede Otori, I think.
Right. She's fun.
Yeah.
She has a really great. I love her episode with Komi and Onemine. That was really fun.
I mean, just the fact that she ended up fucking picking up a chainsaw while Komi was riding, and just like the shop assistant was, "Miss, no, please."
She is such a space. She's so funny.
I mean, it's done differently in the manga, because in the manga they just have her like take a really long time to say stuff. So it was.
I think this works better.
I think it does. It's like they can't do sort of spacey as well in a manga than they can in something that's animated. So like
Conversely, they can't draw out dialogue too much because of pacing issues.
No, they can't. They can't do that either. So that was a good segment. Anything else? Oh, fucking at the fucking festival, Komi scrubbing out, saying that she really enjoyed her time alone with Tadano.
That was adorable.
Yeah. Oh, Najimi just falling into gambling at the festival.
That was also funny. I just love Najimi. Najimi is such a fun character.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love the main trio of Najimi, Tadano, and Komi.
That was really good. That is another change actually. And again, it makes sense why they made it, because it was the final episode and the final segment of the final episode. But at the end, when Najimi drags Komi and Tadano up to sing, in the manga it was only Komi.
Huh, interesting.
So they changed it to make it the main trio of the anime.
Makes sense.
To make it a good finale for the for this particular core of the anime, because we are going to be getting another season in spring.
So it's basically split core.
Yeah,
basically
it is.
They're acting like it's not, but it is.
I mean, they always
in development for a while, so I'm not surprised.
They tend to do this with
because they very much acted like this was the end of the first season.
Yeah.
They played the intro and everything.
Yeah. No, they tend to do this with split core shows. What I will say is, if I recall correctly, we are somewhere around the end of Volume 6, start of Volume 7.
I mean, Komi is very fast-paced and has short chapters, so I'm not surprised.
I was going to say, wow, we're just blazing through, huh?
The volumes are very short, from what I recall. And also, like I said, the chapters are also very short, usually.
Yeah.
Over half the chapters are less than the standard 15 to 20 pages.
Well, I mean, there are still little bits. Wait, no, not volume 7, volume 6. We're definitely in volume 6. Where are we in volume?
Oh, in volume 6.
Yeah, the karaoke segment was the start of volume 6.
Okay,
and that was chapter 73.
Oh wow, they're
but as I said,
are short.
The chapters are short, and that 73 includes like basically little 4-comers, basically.
Yeah,
they sometimes do just like between proper chapters.
Mm-hmm.
That I don't think many of them have actually been adapted, if I recall correctly.
I mean, some of them probably adapt in like end segments and stuff like that.
But yeah, that's the other thing I wanted to mention. It does get tiring, the way Komi's class worships her.
Yeah.
If
there's anything holding this show back, that would be it.
Yeah.
From what I recall, it's a lot better in the second year.
Oh no, it's significantly better in the second year. It almost never happens, if I recall correctly. I haven't gone back and reread for a while, but I certainly have not noticed it for ages.
Based on the pacing of the anime, they'll probably reach the second year sometime towards the end of the second season or at the beginning of the third, most likely.
We'll have to see what they do, but I would be shocked if they didn't continue to adapt the rest of the manga, considering how popular Komi is.
Komi is a really popular one, and I'm pretty sure the only reason it took so long to get an anime was because they were working on it for so long. They were taking their time with it, probably.
Good old OLM.
OLM is, they produced 2 of the best anime of last year. Jesus Christ.
Moving on then to Lupin III Part 6.
So the last episode you watched was episode 10, right?
Yes, that's the last episode I watched and where the screenshot is from. Actually, no, the 2 screenshots are from. We've got this one, Fujiko saying to Lupin, "I can't deny you're the greatest there's ever been at chasing women's asses."
Fucking savage.
Yeah.
I love it.
The unfortunate thing for Fujiko, though, that wasn't Lupin.
Yep.
That was God? Question mark?
That was the Archangel Michael, it seems.
On behalf of God?
Yeah. Apparently God tries to recruit Fujiko and Lupin to do a heist. And the heist is to steal the original Archaeopteryx fossil. Except it turns out that fossil is actually the fossilized remains of Lucifer. The episode is fucking wild.
Like, I'm going to be honest, that episode was kind of dull for the first half, because it was just a bunch of talking about, like, the fossil itself. And then they actually got into the heist, and then they've pulled this fucking reveal.
Yep.
And then time looped back. I mean, I was already expecting shenanigans, considering that when Fujiko had the video cameras, the CCTV loop, the people like portrayed in it also looped. It was like, okay, that's weird. That shouldn't be happening. How is that happening?
Was foreshadowing.
Yeah. Turns out the God Almighty himself had fingers in this pie.
Yeah, this episode was wild.
Not to mention we had the Jigen episode of him helping Lily.
And it turns out it wasn't actually Lily. It was someone disguised as Lily.
That fucking simp, man. That fucking simp.
Hey, he earned the right to be simp just by doing his all to protect Lily.
Yeah.
Like, he put his life on the line, and good for him for doing that.
Yeah, I mean, they are getting a lot of fucking mileage out of the rubber masks.
It's funny as hell. But that's a Lupin staple.
And
There was a two-parter that dropped, I think, on Christmas. That basically wrapped up the Sherlock Holmes storyline, but I won't go into that because you haven't watched it.
No, I have not watched 11, 12, or 13.
Yeah. But yeah, the Christmas two-parter did wrap up the at least the Holmes versus Lupin storyline.
Yeah.
Probably not the last scene of Holmes.
Episode 9, though, probably did the whole searching for pirate treasure story better than Fena did.
Mm-hmm. I love the twist of the black diamond being just straight up pepper.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, huh, yeah, spices were really fucking valuable back then.
Yeah. Also, just the fucking old woman being a secret badass who just happens to be, who just fakes being in a wheelchair because it makes people underestimate her.
That's clever. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely stellar. No notes.
The fucking granddaughter has no fucking clue. She's just pushing her around.
Great.
No, I'm genuinely enjoying Lupin. It's been a fun ride.
Lupin is really it's really fun. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm hoping for a Goemon story at some point. We've gotten a lot of focus on Fujiko and Jigen, but not a massive amount on Goemon.
Yeah, Goemon hasn't really gotten a lot of spotlight so far.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that changes in the back half of the season, but at the same time, like, I am glad that Fujiko is getting a good deal of focus too.
Yeah.
Like, she is the only woman in the primary cast, so giving her some focus is generally a good thing.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a good show. It's had some really weird episodic episodes.
Yeah, like where God hires them to pull a fucking heist.
Hey, I at least enjoyed that one. I'm still not sure what I was supposed to get out of the fucking Hemingway one.
Fair.
At least I could get some fucking enjoyment out of realizing that holy shit, God hired a thief to fucking steal Lucifer's corpse.
Yeah.
Or at least did in a timeline, and then it went wrong, and so time reverted itself, I think.
Or the other possibility is that Fujiko heard the pitch and played out the possibilities of the scenario in her head.
Well,
it's really hard to say because, like,
that implies then that it possibly wasn't God, and that was just what Fujiko thought the job was. In which case, what the fuck is she smoking?
The good shit.
Like, she goes from they want me to steal a fossil to, oh my god, they want me to steal Lucifer's corpse, God hired me.
I have no idea what the hell is going on in the episode, honestly. But yeah, the episode was wild.
It really was. Just before we hit the M's, what was your guess for the Bechdel test that you thought I was going to bring up?
Senpai is annoying. I was originally going to guess Fana, but then I remembered we weren't covering it.
No, it's not Senpai is annoying. Though you'll see once we get to it. But up first we have Mieruko-chan.
Yes. Yeah, it's going to be a while before we get something where... Oh, it's Ranking of Kings, isn't it?
No.
Huh.
It's quite an obvious one. I'm surprised you haven't figured it out.
Yeah, we'll worry about it later.
You'll be kicking yourself once I reveal it.
Yeah, probably. I just don't want to run down all my guesses at this point.
That's fair.
I'd probably be embarrassing myself.
But yeah, Mieruko-chan.
This got terrifying.
Wasn't that the point?
Yeah, no, that was the point, but, like, goddamn, did this did a lot better at executing horror than most dedicated horror anime. And this is just like supposed to be a horror comedy.
Did a better job at horror than fucking Night Beyond the Tri-Cornered Window or whatever the fuck it's called. Fucking waste of a yaoi.
To be fair, Night Beyond the Tri-Cornered Window has the issue of being a subpar adaptation of good source material. So yeah, no, this one is good. Like the odd fan service moments here and there throughout the series, especially towards the beginning, are like kind of jarring, but the show really comes into its own and has a lot of really good both nightmarish moments and some really good moments of just comedy and pathos as well.
Yeah.
I especially love Miko just doing her damnedest to help out people, and I do like the main trio of girls and their dynamic. Even if Hannah is a bit overly huggy sometimes.
Hugs are good, though.
Well, yes. Not when you're suffocating your friends with your cleavage. She tends to do that to poor Yulia there. And she doesn't seem to be aware of it. Unfortunately for Yulia, she is at exactly breast height for Hana.
I'd imagine there's also a bit of a double whammy of left girl's overdeveloped chest to her underdeveloped one, by the looks of things.
I don't think that ever really gets explored, at least between those two. I don't recall it really being an issue with Miko either, but I could be wrong, and I could just
I'm just playing off, past animes that have done that joke multiple times.
Yeah, it's a tired joke. It is a very tired joke. Now, the main joke with Hana, besides her suffocating Yulia, is her insatiable appetite.
So she's a shonen protagonist.
Kinda. She does have a special spirit aura that tends to attract big ghosts and repel small ones. And there's some correspondence between her appetite and the strength of her spirit aura, which I think is pretty interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, this show's good. I really liked it in the end. Even if it wasn't like one of the best shows this season, it was still improved immensely over my first impressions of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, also the OP is really really fun.
That's good.
Yeah, we can move on now to
Mushoku Tensei.
Oh, this is going to be a time to discuss. Ember, you start us off with this one. I want to hear your take.
He got laid.
Yep.
Rudy got laid.
Yep.
Isn't Rudy like 10?
No, he's like
at that point.
How old is he at this point?
13.
13.
Not much better.
To be fair,
this world's
there's not
weird.
much of an,
Okay.
Yeah. They
This world's
consider
very
adulthood
weird.
to start at 15, I believe.
Yeah.
How old was the girl / 18?
No, she was 15.
15. Okay.
Yeah.
Still not great.
And to be
Not
fair,
great.
she did initiate it, and even Rudy was a bit apprehensive at first. He's like, I don't know if you're not in a great place right now. I don't want to take advantage of you. And yeah, they did the thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
And she winds up leaving him the morning after and leaves a very laconic note that doesn't really do a good job of explaining why.
Yeah.
And
But she's never been one with words.
She's never been with words, no.
No.
And she also is not a good, not particularly well educated in pen and paper.
Yeah. So, yeah. But you know.
No, I don't know. I'm quite concerned because I don't know.
With this show, I do think that it has a much more nuanced approach to sex and sexuality than most other isekais, which are just a lot more.
I mean, like, that doesn't say much. You've got to realize.
Yeah.
I know, but at the same time, like, I do have to mention it, even if it is damning it with faint praise. Because it actually does a much better job than, like, most anime, really, of tackling sex and sexuality. Even if it doesn't do it particularly delicately. Or
yeah. What's sort of a bit of context for the whole thing is that Eris was sort of being pushed into marrying someone an arranged marriage, basically.
An arranged concubinage.
Yeah, basically.
And she was like, haha, no, fuck that.
No. So she gave Rudy a very nice goodbye and then gave him a very sad goodbye, and then sort of just
she skedaddled.
Yeah. And now Rudy was sort of depressed for a while, and then he sort of reflected on his life, and then he pulled himself out of it, and now...
Dude, all of his companions left him in that episode. Rudyard also left.
Yeah. Rudyard left.
Speaking of which, Rudyard was a really good character in this series.
I love him. He's great. I'm really happy he's lifting that curse.
Mm-hmm. It's what he deserves.
Yeah. He's just a good dude.
Mm-hmm. I also really like Roxy in this.
I love
especially
Roxy.
Roxy is also very great.
Yeah.
But what was also really interesting was just the last episode, just being like seeing where everyone is and what they're doing, leading up to Rudy just finally coming out of his funk and taking that next step forward.
Even minor characters we only saw like once were there. Yeah. That's always fun.
The only major character whose whereabouts we don't know about is Rudy's mom.
Yeah, and it seems like she's in a pretty rough situation right now, but we don't know.
We know zero details on that.
Yeah. But now Rudy's off to save her, supposedly, so...
We do get a really funny check-in with Roxy and Kishirika, which was really funny.
Yeah.
And that's how Roxy finds out where Zenith is.
Yeah.
But honestly... God, was it... Oh, we didn't talk about Turning Point.
Oh, no, we didn't. No, not really. I think we touched on it a little bit last week, but the guy who is regarded as one of the strongest guys in this world.
Number 2 in the world.
And even then, that's on a technicality, because he can't use his full power. But at his full power, he is stronger, and he could beat the number 1.
He just fucking raffle stomps Rudy's entire party and impales Rudy with his hands.
Yeah. Apparently, he has some beef against the man god, I think he's called.
Man god, yeah.
Who is responsible for Rudy being reincarnated in the first place and giving him guidance whenever he's out of commission. But apparently he does not like him.
Would I be correct in thinking that this curb stomper is Orsted?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kenjiro Tsuda curb stomps Rudy.
Oh, is he voiced by Kenjiro Tsuda? Oh.
Yes, he is. That was certainly a turning point.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on a minute. Who did you say had sex with Rudy?
Eris.
His cousin?
Yes.
Yeah.
They are distant cousins. We don't know the exact degree.
Oh, don't worry, we're going to be covering more Wincest later on. But
Oh, really?
yeah,
Yeah.
this is not the only isekai this
Right,
season that
right,
had Wincest.
Wonderful.
right.
Isekai is such a wonderful genre. My life is the worst for having dropped it completely.
uh,
They're distant relatives from branch families of each other, basically.
yeah.
It's
They're
like
distantly related.
they're not like. I know their parents aren't directly related either.
Yeah.
The degree of separation goes at least a few generations back from that.
Yeah. So it's not that bad.
They're not like first cousins or anything, or
Yeah.
siblings. That would make it a lot worse.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was. I am glad that Rudy is getting better as a person and character over the course of this, especially in the second core.
Yeah,
Even
this
if he
second
does
half
have-
was way better with that, as opposed to the first.
Yeah, I also, even though I wish their comeuppance was greater than it wound up being, I am glad that the jackass prince did get some punishments.
Oh yeah. I'm glad he got his shit kicked in, and
Dude, his
man,
brother
his
almost broke
brother,
fucking neck.
his brother is wild.
His brother's a fucking otaku.
Yeah, a fucking otaku. I love how Rudy's little hobby like paid off in that way. I think that's great.
It's a great callback.
Yeah. Because Rudy spends a lot of his free time just sculpturing like these figures of people he knows, and someone came across it in a market, and that's how he became obsessed with Rudy's work.
Like this show is a lot better with callbacks than a lot of other anime.
Yeah, it's kind of weird in that way.
Yeah. I can understand. I'm starting to understand why this work is so highly regarded, even if I do have my misgivings with it.
Oh yeah, but supposedly those misgivings, wear off over time, which I hope that is true. Because this is almost definitely getting a second season.
Oh, almost certainly.
Yeah.
Like I would not be surprised. I believe the source web novel is long been completed, and light novels are approaching the end too.
Yeah. The source material's done. Web novels still going, but probably not far from the end. I don't know if this steers closer to the manga as opposed to the light novels, but
I'm pretty sure this is more in line with the light novels than the manga.
Okay.
These adaptations usually line up closely with the light novels.
Yeah, it sort of depends because I know some adaptations are just adapt the manga instead, but yeah. But yeah, this is a very good show. It has that wall that keeps a lot of people from even touching it, which you can't blame anyone for. Yeah, it's perfectly understandable. Can't blame anyone for not being able to go through with it. But if you can, you're gonna get a damn good fantasy, honestly. Like a very interesting world, good characters for the most part.
This is honestly one of the most world-built fantasy settings I've seen from an anime.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. It's very interesting. It has its own rules and mechanics and lore. It's all just well established. And
honestly, if we're speaking strictly world building, this is probably the best I've seen since ReZero.
Probably, yeah.
From a world building perspective, anyways, the character work is a different subject.
Yeah. I do love most of its characters, but there are some that are,
Paul and Rudy are the biggest sticking points, I think.
Oh yeah, but Rudy's getting better. Paul is probably also getting better, maybe.
Possibly, hard to say.
Yeah, but he's at least trying.
Do I want to know the issue with Paul?
No, you don't
he cheated on his wife, basically.
That's not as bad as it could have been.
There is another issue that you don't want to know.
Oh yeah, I'm just putting the short version.
He did cheat on his wife, though. Yes.
Great.
Yeah,
okay.
That's the short version. There's more to it than that, but we're leaving it there. But yeah, excellent show if you can get past the gross shit with Rudy and Paul. But yeah, I hope it gets a season 2. Kind of don't want it to be sooner than later because I want to see what else this studio can do with like a different property, like maybe like an original or something more modern. Because I think there's a lot of potential there. But yeah,
who knows? The studio is only focused on this one for now.
Yeah, I know that they plan to use this as a jumping point, is what was said. So, we'll see.
It's a pretty damn good jumping point.
Yeah, it's a damn good jumping point. This show's gorgeous, top to bottom.
It's lovely.
Yeah.
But moving on from a fantasy show to a less fantastical show.
Yeah.
My senpai is annoying.
Which is a lie.
Of course you'd choose that pick.
Oh no, don't worry, I've got more.
I do love every time Igarashi gives the side eye.
So I think up to episode 5, they haven't dubbed any more of it.
That's unfortunate.
But don't worry about spoilers. It looks like it's taking a while.
It's okay.
To be fair, there isn't much to spoil in this series.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a romantic comedy. Cute shit happens. That's sort of all there really is to it.
Cute shit and funny shit. Like,
yeah.
Speaking of funny shit, I just fucking love Kazuma having just straight up blue screening when he thought Sakurai was going out with someone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that was hilarious.
That was
just
absolutely hilarious.
The sheer extent that he blue screened.
Absolutely amazing. Just straight up pouring energy drink on his lap because he is in such a blue screen state. Yeah, this show is really funny.
Yeah, it's very, very, very funny.
It is.
Out of all the rom-coms that were out last season, it's probably the funniest. Though it's hard to compete with Komi.
Yeah. One point in this favor, or I guess one point against Komi is that it doesn't have, Yamai or the class that worships Komi like a goddess. So there is that.
Also in this one's favor, there is considerably more romantic progress than in Komi.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is also automatically refreshing because it's a workplace comedy.
Yeah. That is nice.
Yeah.
As opposed to taking place in a fucking high school.
Yeah.
Like every
Even though
fucking
Igarashi
rom-com
looks
does.
like she's, in elementary
Igarashi
school.
looks 12 sometimes.
Yeah.
Still not sure how the
story.
Still not sure how the physical aspect of that relationship is going to work.
We're not.
Let's not get into it.
That's all I'm going to say on the
pictures.
subject. I'm just pointing out that
I've seen enough picture jokes of the whole hamster biting a banana meme. That's all that needs to be said. That's the end all be all joke. But seriously, this is a good ass rom com.
It is.
I do find it funny that the beta couple is honestly the more developed as a romantic couple than the main couple.
Oh yeah.
Well, they don't have the fucking neuroses that Futaba has to get through.
And none of them are nearly as oblivious as Takeda.
Yeah. Fucking Kazuma is just a pretty normal dude, all told. And Sakurai is a tease-heavy, pretty much normal girl at that. They recognize the interest in each other, and they go with it.
Yeah. Igarashi is very much into Takeda, but she doesn't realize it and is very much in denial. Meanwhile, Takeda, we don't really get much from him until very, very later on. That subtly implies that he might feel something for her, maybe?
Yeah.
Doesn't know for sure, and he's starting he's starting to suspect that his feelings are not what he thought they were.
Yeah.
I mean, I could have told you that.
Anyone could have told you that. But yeah.
I mean, the fact is that pretty much the entire office could have told him that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Takeda is a himbo at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the entire office ships them.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly the fucking... I do remember that the boss tried to fucking wingman in there.
Yeah. Speaking of those side characters, I do love, I don't remember her name, but I like calling her Vodka-chan.
Oh, Tsukishiro.
Right.
Yeah.
She's funny. I like her a lot.
She's great.
Anytime she pops up, it's good for a laugh.
Yeah, I wish she popped up more because she is just great.
Yeah, she
Apparently
didn't
she got
appear as much as I would have expected.
She got introduced a lot later in the manga than in the anime, so that's probably why they used her sparingly.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, the other two main characters, I don't know if you've been introduced to them in full yet, but they're also really fun.
Yeah.
Igarashi's best friend and Sakurai's younger brother.
Yeah, no, I've met them. I've definitely met Natsumi for a few episodes and met Yuto. Because that was how I got to Kazuma fucking blue screening.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was funny.
It was also funny, just like Toko coming across Yuto and Takeda and Igarashi, and just like, oh, do you want to come to dinner with us? Just looking at the two of them. No, we're fine. But I wanted ramen, and just grabs him and pulls him away.
He does not read social cues very well.
To be fair, how fucking old is he?
I don't know. He's in middle school, I believe.
So I don't blame him for not seeing those two idiots.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah.
Not to mention, he seems like quite a spacey middle schooler at that, considering he got lost in a previous segment.
True. He's just such a sweet little dumbass.
He is. Now this is. Oh, I haven't done the other pictures. They are mostly from the Santa episode because
Poor Igarashi.
That's a reaction image if ever I've seen one.
It's a good one.
And then
is it the blue screen? Please
no, it's not the blue screen actually. They're all of Futaba.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping you'd put the blue screen in there.
I was I was laughing too hard to pause it to like think about pausing it to take down the timestamp.
You know what? Understandable.
Like that is a genuine issue I have with this show, is that I'm often laughing too hard to think about when something could make a good screenshot.
Yeah, honestly, one of the funniest shows of the year.
Yeah. No, yeah. It is so funny. And I'm so looking forward to getting more of it. Oh god, I've just seen the thumbnail for episode.
We're getting a second season?
No, I'm so looking forward to the episodes I've got left.
Ah, right.
I hope we get a second season, but we'll see.
Who's doing it? It's Dogakoba. Do they do season 2s? I don't think they do. They tend to do one and done stuff.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it doesn't look like... Wait a second.
Did you find something?
Oh, it's the fact that they're doing a fucking sequel movie for the pedo one.
What's
God fucking damn it!
Yeah.
What's 10? Yeah.
Why?
Don't know. I wonder if the manga for Senpai is available anywhere.
It's on BookWalker, if I recall correctly.
Might give it a try then.
Yeah. Oh, they're doing Shikimori-san next season. That's gonna be fun.
Dogakoba has a mixed track record.
Yeah.
Look, when they do rom-coms, they're usually good. When they do weird pedo shit, they're bad. And anything else is, it's hard to judge.
Yeah.
It's very much a mixed bag otherwise.
Yeah.
Like, they have some real good stuff here and there, but they also have some really gross stuff here and there.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, Uzumade and Waterton are awful.
Yeah, those were the two that I was going to bring up.
Yeah. But
Well, hey,
anyways,
you won't have to worry about that again for a while. Who knows? They could do a season 2. We'll see. Or maybe another studio can pick it up. One that's just as good. You never know.
To be fair, it's a workplace rom-com. It doesn't need that good animations, honestly.
No, but
and yet
really
the animation was so good.
Yeah, it's really good. Hey, KyoAni, if you're not busy right now, I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
If they did it, I wouldn't complain.
I would be very much happy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
let's move on
speaking of good
animation.
Yeah, speaking of good animation, Ranking of Kings.
Ooh,
I haven't watched Thursday's episode yet.
How dare you?
Oh, are we skipping Platinum End and Tricorn Window?
I mean, Tricorn and Window I dropped weeks ago. And
Platinum End I'm just behind on, so
Yeah.
we're not talking about it next time, but yeah.
Ranking of Kings is really good, though.
Ranking of
it's
Kings
so
is
good.
so good.
Have you seen Mill? You haven't watched the recent episode. Have you seen the new opening though?
I have seen the visuals. I have not listened to the music.
Okay.
Banger music, and it's done by the director of one of Jujutsu Kaisen's OPs.
Yeah, both of them.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So it's
that's why the animation looks so fucking amazing.
It's so good. Also, you can tell it's the same guy just by how everything transitions around.
How's that touch?
So, in terms of Ranking of Kings, I mean, it's just like so much like mysterious shit. I'm still not sure. Like,
we don't know what Miranjo's motivation is. We don't know what Boss's deal is. We don't.
I mean, we have Miranjo's motivation.
Well, sort of.
Or
yeah.
at least her backstory.
Yeah, we don't have the full story yet, but we're getting it. We're piecing it together.
Yeah.
Yeah. Turns out she went through dramatic shit back in the day.
Yeah.
Seriously, that's a fucked up thing to do to a kid.
It is.
Yeah.
Yes.
So who could blame her for wanting to burn down that kingdom?
I don't.
We get to see Boji's weapon.
Oh, right there.
And his new ability.
Or a needle sword, basically.
Yeah. I am glad that what's his face, Despa, while he did pay those dudes in the pub, it was only to start a fight, not throw the fight.
Yeah, when they first showed that, I was scared. I was like, "Oh no, did he rip them off? Did he rip them off?" No. It was all a plan. It was a test, basically.
Yeah.
It's fine.
No, I'm absolutely fine for him to, set something like that up to just, give Boji some more confidence.
Yeah.
And to give Kage more confidence in Boji.
Yeah.
Speaking of Kage, I just love how supportive he is of Boji.
Yeah.
He's so good.
They're both such good boys.
Yeah.
They're the goodest of boys. There's a reason Boji was one of my best Boy of the Year picks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What else? We
Criminals on the Loose.
Criminals on the Loose. We get to see more of Hilling being a really good mother.
Yes.
Look, Hilling's only flaw as a mother was that she was too overprotective of Baji.
Yeah.
and didn't have enough confidence in him.
Yeah.
Otherwise, she's a very good mother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I hope she makes it out of this story alive, because I am so worried about her.
Yeah.
I mean, fucking...
There are just so many dead flags.
Fucking Dorsch just taking on those three beasts.
Yeah. Oh, that
Dorsch
was so
was
good.
a surprise MVP. He just was like, holy shit, Dorsch.
All of the supporting characters in this are surprisingly layered.
Yeah.
This is just a really well-developed cast of characters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, everyone's like an onion. They have layers. Sorry, I had to do a Shrek reference.
Yeah.
I just wish you'd done a better Scottish accent for it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it was spur of the moment.
What's his face? Dida is sort of trapped in the void.
The void.
The void.
At least he's alive. I would have been really upset.
What's
if he
Miranjo
just...
doing in there, by the way?
Not sure.
No fucking clue.
Not
Like-
sure.
I know that's the way of having her backstory, but like, what? How does that work?
You know as much as me, which is nothing. Yeah, no clue.
Also, Desha is like, hey, we need to stop this criminal, but also, hey, let's take over this kingdom while we're at it.
Mm-hmm. He is a classic opportunist in this regard.
Yeah.
I can't blame him too
I like
much.
how the guard captain is like, oh, I feel kind of bad.
Yeah. I do like the guard captain being nice to Baji.
Yeah.
Like, Baji doesn't get enough kindness
Mhm.
from
Yeah.
too many people. Though I do appreciate the bits of kindness he does get from the people around him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I do
show's
really
just so
appreciate
good.
that line from Despa when he says, people are going to look down on you thousands and thousands of times. You're going to doubt yourself and look down at the ground each time. Well, that's just a really good line.
Mm-hmm.
That is some good stuff. This is just such a good series.
Yeah.
And now we get to watch Budgie be a hero and take everyone down with his needle sword.
Fingers crossed.
Mhm. Just watching Baji go over instinct again is going to be so fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But shall we move on then?
Moving on then to Rumble Garandoll.
This ended a lot better than I expected it to.
Yeah, it was pretty solid. I didn't I didn't expect well, for one thing, the red shark won, and for also the original Garandoll to not only have caused the big disaster in the first place, but to also have been because of because of romantic tension.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I was 100% expecting the original disaster to be connected to the original Garandoll somehow. I was not expecting the reason for it.
Yeah, very
Like,
much in line with the show.
Yamada being an oblivious dumbass
Yeah.
is the ultimate cause of the disaster.
Yeah. Because even like everyone there is like, bro, you coward. Why didn't you go for it?
Dude, he just let her down in the worst possible way.
Yeah, the way her eyes turned so dead too.
So fucking funny. I do appreciate that they wind up hooking up again at the end, though. That's nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do
They
also
left some
will-
stuff. They left some stuff open in case they wanted to continue this. Not sure if they would or not, but they left some stuff there just in case.
I did. Convention episode because it did a good job fleshing out a couple of the antagonists.
Yeah, I really liked the festival episode.
It was a really fun
I like
one.
episodes like that where everyone kind of just chills out for a sec. No action. We just see the characters just interacting.
Yeah, just doing their thing.
I like how it opens too, where what's his face? The guy in charge. I forget his name.
What?
But he tries running the marathon, and
Akatsuki.
Yeah. And they all like take that as an opportunity to just mess everything up. For
Advertise, yeah.
That was hilarious.
That was funny. That was really funny.
Yeah. But yeah, this show turned out pretty solid.
And was it a harem ending? I think it was a harem ending.
Not really, but also a little bit.
It was a kind of, sort of, maybe-ish.
Yeah.
It was a little ambiguous.
Yeah, it was a little ambiguous.
At least there is the sense that it is a possibility.
Yeah.
Like a genuine possibility, rather than just being like, we're not going to resolve this at all.
Yeah, at the very least, Tosomichi and Rin have something going on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's harder to say with Yuki and especially Misa, but Rin definitely likes Hosomichi, and Yuki probably does to some degree.
Oh, yeah.
Misa's just harder to pin down because she's not very emotive, and also she was introduced last.
She's a cat.
She is.
Yeah, she's just a cat. I like in the final battle where they take out the ruler to button mash.
That was funny.
That's very funny.
Yeah, this one was better than it had any right to be, honestly.
Yeah, I enjoyed this little show. It's a fun little time. Nothing like exceptional, but it was very much fun. I kind of hope we get more, but if we don't, it's fine. It ended on a well enough note that I'm cool with that.
It was a decent enough conclusion that it didn't really that doesn't really need any more content.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's one of those shows that ends well enough that it ends in a place where you can definitely see more content being produced.
Yeah. But yeah, I think we can move on then.
Moving on from one mech show to another, Sakugan.
And this one was a little more disappointing.
Yes. Very much so.
I think the biggest issue I have with it is that, like, there's so many plot threads that don't go even remotely resolved.
Yeah. Like, like, where to begin?
Well, I mean, they spring the whole, like, reveal of the Rainbow Children on us in, like, the final episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're only, like, a couple hints beforehand, and they tell us nothing about what that is.
If Gagumber isn't Mempu's biological father, how did he get her in the first place?
Mm-hmm.
What happened there?
Kidnapping.
No idea.
Can you honestly say that you would be surprised if Gagumber just said, "Oh, I just took you. It's fine." Nobody complained.
If it was a kidnapping, it was almost certainly an accidental kidnapping, just because of how incompetent Gagumber can be.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, maybe.
But yeah, at the end of the day, it just felt like a lot of Gagumber's and Mempu's interactions ended up just being very sort of samey and treading the same sort of ground over and over again.
Sorta, yeah, but I mean, father and daughter, what can you do?
Have them, trust each other?
Well, I think we're there by the end, at least.
Yeah.
But...
Tell you what part of the show I really did love. Yuri.
Yuri was good.
He was a much needed breath of comic relief.
Yeah.
I also really like Zekletu.
Yeah.
Like, I like Yuri and Zekletu quite a bit. They do contribute to making the show a lot more dynamic.
Yeah.
In the back half in regards to the main character interactions. It's just I wish there was a bit more development, especially for Yuri.
Yeah.
Because he gets...
Yeah, Yuri is kind of just there after a certain point. Aside for
Mhm.
some comic relief, like, he doesn't really do a whole lot.
Zekletsu gets a whole episode dedicated to her and her development, but Yuri gets
and even
very
then,
little.
like, how that was handled is not the best.
Yeah.
I do at least like how they kind of addressed, hey, are you kind of okay with us not with just moving on from that? But yeah,
I do wish that was handled better, honestly.
mm-hmm.
At the same time, though, I can't really blame Zekletsu for being pissed at Gagumber.
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. But also, that was not a good way of going about that. But
Oh no, definitely not.
you know,
I also love the fucking trick. What's his face? Meroro pulled at the end.
yeah.
Oh yeah,
That was pretty
that
great.
was funny.
I love him. He's probably my favorite character.
Aurora is really fun. I also just absolutely love the and beyond the OP slapping, I do like the music a lot for the show overall.
Oh yeah, the music in this show is very good. It's probably the most consistent thing about it.
Mm-hmm.
Who does the music for this?
It just has a really, like, I want to say jazzy feel to it that
No, I
most
feel the
anime
same.
don't have.
Tatsuya Kato is the only one listed in the music.
What else?
What is
Dr. Stone, Stone Wars.
3? Oh, really? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Review
so
Starlight.
Shook. Oh.
Oh, he has some good fucking work under his belt.
Yeah, Shokugeki. Ensemble Stars. That has music. Okay. Experience. Lots of experience, actually. Huh.
Done some Love Live.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of overall experience working with music.
Yeah.
In anime.
Idolish 7.
I mean, going back to 2006, so yeah.
Dang.
No, he's done a good job.
Yeah.
We also don't learn what actually happened to Zakletsu's brother.
Yeah, we don't learn the details, but it's pretty obviously that he died horribly.
Yeah.
I mean, that much was apparent, yes, but we don't learn what killed him horribly.
Probably a kaiju, but it could
Probably
be something
a kaiju,
else.
yeah.
That's another thing. The kaiju really just stopped really being a thing.
Yeah.
After a certain point.
Yeah, it mostly turned out into human villains. I guess you can't really make the kaiju particularly compelling since they're like more beasts than characters. At the same time, like the actual human antagonists weren't compelling either. So,
I mean, I don't particularly mind having human antagonists. Like, it's just the fact that, like, they were this really big threat at the start of the show, and then they just don't get mentioned much in the second half.
Yeah, they don't really matter much in this show at all, despite supposedly being our main antagonist group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's iotas of interesting stuff there, but it doesn't really capitalize on any of that.
It would be interesting to see how the novels do it.
Also, like, so the very end, like, the last episode's called To Be Continued, and then, like, and the end screen says, like, end and then not. So what does that mean? Does that mean we're getting more? Does that mean we're not?
Yes.
No idea.
It means yes.
Okay. I guess.
Yes to both questions.
Look, if this got a second season, it would make my opinion of this a lot better.
Yeah, if we got more, because like more could fix most of these problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, my opinion of the show is very contingent on it having more to work with.
Yeah.
But since it does not have a second season or any follow-ups inbound, then my opinion of it is a lot lower than it otherwise would be.
Yeah.
Where did I put Sakugan? Ooh, between Pre-Boy Detectives and Feina. That's not a good place.
Ooh.
That's not a good place at all.
Ouch.
I stand by that decision, but it's still not a nice place to be.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even bad. It's just so much squandered potential.
Yep. It is very much a waste of potential.
Well,
Which is a damn shame.
hopefully we do get that more that the ending may or may not imply. Maybe, possibly. I don't know.
It really depends on if the studio is up for it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you title your last episode "To Be Continued," what do you want me to think?
Don't know.
That the adventures continue,
it's
but it's up
satellite.
to it is. That the adventures continue, but it's up to us to imagine them.
This is the studio that did fucking Senpai Gear. No wonder the music's so good.
Yeah.
Anyway,
moving on.
I guess we'll see. This was a pretty good show, but yeah.
This was never particularly high up on my list, honestly. It was a decent enough show, and it had some good aspects, but overall...
I actually had it somewhat high at the beginning, but it just kept dropping down my list as the season went on.
My list never changed that much, and Sakugan was always near the bottom half of that. Moving on, though, to a show solidly in my bottom half, Taisho Otome Fairy Tale.
I don't entirely blame you for keeping it there, but...
I mean, I haven't watched any of it for a while, so that's why it's there.
Understandable. It's a fun enough show, honestly. It has some cute bits here and there. I bet you're wondering what this screenshot is in reaction to.
Sort of, I guess.
You know, I won't tell you because of that reaction.
Fine. You have to understand, I'm not that interested in the characters.
Understand. I kind of get it. This was a fun enough, fluffy show, and I did like most of the characters in it. It's just... how do I put it?
Main female character never actually became a proper character in her own right.
Kinda. Ish. Her stats as an actual, like, nuanced character of her own is, like, almost non-existent. Yeah. The rest of the female cast is pretty well done, but Yuzu herself, not as much.
Yeah, that was kind of one of my main issues with the show. I had no faith that was actually going to happen in a satisfying manner.
Understandable. Yeah, Yuzu is not the best developed character, unfortunately. She does get some bits here and there, but nothing really solid that sticks.
Yeah.
But yeah, this one was fun enough. It was definitely on the lower half of my fall list.
How was the ending?
I think it was fine.
Did it seem definitive?
It seemed like, how do you mean definitive?
Well, I'm just looking at the manga, and it was only a 42-chapter manga.
Seemed like a pretty conclusive ending, yeah. But with the two leads reaffirming that, yes, they love each other, and they'll probably live happily ever after at some point, and all that jazz. Look, it's a romance. What else are you expecting of it?
I don't know, two people who be forced together not ending up in a relationship together.
You have far higher expectations than you probably should.
I mean, it's less that I expect that to happen, more that I hope that will happen.
Yeah, fair. But yeah, show ended well enough. I understand that anyone who would have an issue with how the show handles all sorts of things, though.
I mean, it's not just that. What's her name? Yuzuki was not a... I had no faith that she would become a character. I was also just kind of bored.
I can kind of see that. It is probably one of the less eventful shows of the season. I am really damning this with faint praise.
You really kind of are.
Look, it is.
I admit I'm probably not helping with my pessimism about it, but you're not making me work very hard.
Look, this is easily one of the weakest shows I finished this season. Not really much of a contest.
There's no way this is anywhere near the weakest show I finished this season.
Well, you didn't finish it.
No, I didn't, but it's not even the weakest show that I watched, or anywhere close to that.
What would you say is the weakest one, then?
Oh God, it's Tesla Note.
Yeah, that was a dumb question.
It is 100% Tesla Note.
Well, we should move on from one dull show to a baffling show.
Hello, Bechdel test Takt.
Ah, I was thinking that was possibly this one.
'Cause hey, you know what's great? When the main female character and the main female antagonist have a conversation that is about nothing more than their male counterparts.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
In the climactic battle that didn't even need to happen. Because, hey, just standing there and watching the antagonist regenerate is a very bad idea. Especially when the whole point of fucking Destiny and Takt's relation, like, fucking partnership is the fact that she is literally sucking the energy out of him and they are both close to death at that point. No, she just stands there, lets the antagonist regenerate and forces herself into another big battle.
That's really fucking dumb, yeah. You know what else is dumb? Anna making out with Takt for no fucking reason.
That was weird.
That just came out of fucking nowhere.
Like,
yeah. No foreshadowing whatsoever.
She wasn't sure why she did that.
That doesn't make it better.
Literally the epitome of, what the writer's just going, what should Anna do to say goodbye to Takt? I don't know, kiss him? Why would she do that? I don't know. Alright then.
Yeah,
how's she gonna explain it? She's not? Okay, cool.
Yes,
I'd be fine with that if it were built up a bit more, but wow.
Literally,
she had this big sister relationship with.
I was about to say that the only.
And then she fucking punches him out of nowhere.
The only relationship they had was one of siblings.
Either the team behind the show has a very weird view of sibling relationships, or they just pulled something out of their asses to give a quote unquote proper send off to the duo. Either way, it doesn't look great.
Yeah.
I mean, I wonder if they didn't actually know what the plot of the mobile game was about, and it turned out that Anna and Takt are actually together in it.
I don't.
And so they've been writing it as a sibling relationship, and then suddenly at the end they were told, "Wait, fuck, they're in a romantic relationship. How are we supposed to fix this? Have them kiss."
God. I mean, to be fair, this seems like a prequel to the mobile game, and
it is a prequel.
Coma.
I can confirm at least that much.
Takt ends the series in a coma, and Anna becomes Destiny. Spoilers, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was really fucking weird as well.
Yeah, that was definitely just a hook for the mobile game.
Yeah, that was weird. How did that happen?
I don't know.
I don't fucking know. Magic, I guess.
I don't know how half of the stuff in this show fucking happened.
I will say, though, the fight scenes throughout the series were consistently really well animated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also don't hate that she became Destiny. It's just a little, weird.
It's out of left field.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's not out of left field if you saw the previews for the game. Because
I mean, they basically just gave up on explaining shit in the last few episodes and just went, we know where we need to get. We know where we need to get to. We're just gonna get to here.
Yeah.
I'm also not a fan of just like how Titan and Valkyrie are just like taken out of the plot in the second to last episode. It's like, oh yeah, we're just gonna leave and let you guys do your final confrontation battle.
Yeah, that
have
is
fun
weird.
with that.
Why did they let them do that? Why didn't they go with?
I don't know.
At least one of them should. I'd understand like one of them like staying back, but why didn't Titan go with?
I mean, yeah, Valkyrie, you can give the excuse that she was clearly fucking exhausted. She'd been fighting her way through headquarters pretty much all day. But there was no reason for Titan not to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, like, what? So, like, what? So, our antagonist guy, what? How did he do? Like, I sort of understand his motivation, but like, how did he know what he needed to do? There's a lot of stuff in this that is not really explained.
He's barely even a fucking antagonist. Like,
yeah, he's barely an antagonist. Like the first time we see him, he seems like a decent guy. Like he's even telling Schindler not to lay off Takt, and then he goes, I guess I'll do it myself. So it's, I don't know.
I mean, it's the like. Also, did Lenny really have to die?
Not really.
I kind of saw it coming.
I mean, yes. We all saw it coming.
Death flags
but...
springing up all over the place.
We all saw it
best
coming.
Character always fucking dies.
We all saw it coming, but there was no reason for it. It's not like they had to convince Takt to go after this guy once they revealed that he was the one who like caused the Boston attack.
You could argue, I think it built up more motivation for him.
I don't think it was necessary, and he really was the best character in the show. That said, like, that fight for his death scene was really good.
Yeah.
It was a good-ass fight.
Yeah. Also, there are a lot of things in the show that I do like. I like Takt's relationship with Destiny, and I like how both of them grow throughout. Destiny especially.
Yeah. I mean, the show is fairly good, even if it does have issues.
Yeah.
It's not terrible. It just really fell off in that last.
Those last
3-4 episodes.
Yeah.
Yeah, last stretch was just.
I would say once they actually hit New York, it started to go just crazy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess play the mobile game maybe when that comes out.
I'm not that invested, honestly.
It could be fun.
It might be fun. I mean, I'll at least keep an eye on previews and stuff.
Do you two really need more of a gacha drain on your wallets?
No.
Hey, I never said I'd spend money.
I would never spend money on a Takt-Op game. If I even I don't know if I have the time. My time is pretty much gacha time is entirely preoccupied by Princess Connect and FGO.
Yeah. But
anyway,
not a bad show by any means.
Yeah.
Kind of fell off there. It's still good. Moving on. I guess
it's definitely worked better than Sakugan, I think.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
That it's represented in my ranking. Sakugan was down in 30th, Takt in 26th.
Yeah, I mean this at least has the animation going for it too, and the music.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the music was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the animation was pretty consistently on point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that is not the case with our next show.
Yeah.
Tesla Note.
So.
Genuinely.
What is this screenshot?
Okay, so.
Please tell me this is actually part of the story and not the animators giving up.
I think the subtitles make it even funnier.
Okay.
This is actually in the story.
This is actually in the story. This is actually in the story. Okay, so
did the Nmbr just give up?
So what happened? What happened? They did basically give up in the final episode. But what happened in this one is that, from what I can remember, and it's not much, I'll be honest, Oliver is Junichi Sawabe's partner. Mickey Miller. Mickey Miller is Junichi Sawabe's character. Oliver is his partner. And I think he was basically sort of suspended, I think, or put on leave. Leaving Mickey without a partner. And so when he went on his next mission, he was really missing Oliver, and so he just fucking drew this and started talking to it. Because he's a fucking weirdo. He's a complete and utter fucking weirdo.
What?
That's hilarious.
As it turns out, Oliver and Ryunosuke were in fact double agents. And were working for Casa, whatever the fuck their name is. Small House, I can't remember what their fucking name is. There were 13 episodes of this, my god. 13 fucking episodes! Why could they not have just ended it at 12? I don't... So yeah, like, they were doing the sort of, like, traditional bad guy plot of, oh, we're gonna mind control the entire world into fighting each other, basically.
Boo!
Yeah.
Kingsman did it better.
Yeah, no, Kingsman is exactly what came to mind when it came up, because it's not even like just mind controlling like the leaders of countries start wars. No, they're literally just gonna make everyone in the world go mad.
Again, Kingsman did it better.
Yeah. But eventually, like, Oliver and... Okay, so here's the thing. Episode 9 did actually manage to get me kind of sad because a dog died in it, and it was St. Bernards, and St. Bernards are one of my favourite breeds because they're just so massively dopey, and I love them. Back at my old parents' house, there was a house along a road to it that had a pair of St. Bernards that were always in the yard, and it was always nice to just slow down and wave to them as I went past. But that's another story. So the shard in that was the shard of Tesla in that was like creates a chimera, like just sucks animals in, or sucks animals and people in, and when they come out they're dead, I think. And then in like the last episode or two, the boss of a small house like used that on fucking what's his face, Pino, I think his name is. No, Pino or Elmo, one of those two. The fucking gigantic fucking dude who literally does nothing. Like, he gets taken down so easily by Botan every single time they fight. He is literally worthless. So in a certain respect, I don't blame the leader of Small House to try and make him more useful. But because, like, Big Dude and Dude who died, Pino and Elmo, and Oliver and Ryunosuke were like cadets together in a small house. Like, okay, I'm gonna make a stand. Elmo is the big guy. Pino is the dead guy.
You sound real confident there, Mel.
I don't remember, Nate. I know that those two are called Pino and Elmo. I don't know more than that. I was sort of hoping Mal would tell me, but it didn't. So, for some reason, Elmo had one of Pino's teeth in his pocket, and then this Chimera shard, like, fucking, like, used it to recreate Pino, but then I think Pino died, because he just sort of showed up, to, like, and, like, I don't know, his presence reassured Elmo as he was dying, and then he just sort of was never mentioned again. It's really weird.
That sounds weird.
Oh, and Botan's dad just got fucking killed, like off screen. Off screen.
Oh, wow.
Off screen murked by the leader of a small house. He wasn't even that high up in the organization.
Oh, that's not even fun or spicy or juicy.
Yeah. I mean, he like got a key piece of information, but he basically tried to bargain with it for his wife and daughter's life and just got killed. It was sort of meh. And then, as I said last week, the final episode just so insulting. Like, genuinely, the animation was about exam quality.
Ugh, yuck.
Because, like, again, I know I mentioned this before, but like, the models just kept switching between battle damage and completely clean. Like, it was just so fucking stupid. And like, they kept doing shitty 2D animation at points. Like, it was just bad. Like, Tesla Note. Where did I put Tesla Note? Dear God, it's in bottom 5.
I am not surprised.
2 shows from the season are in the bottom 5.
What's the other one?
Night Beyond.
That
was really bad. Because it's not just that. In terms of the like really really bad category, I tried to rank them in terms of actual entertainment value. So Exam was actually managed to make it to the top of that rank, but like Tesla Note and Night Beyond did not provide that much entertainment factor. Provided more than fucking Rape the Show and Project Scarred and Battle Athletes, but beyond that, yeah. Yeah, this is just a fucking weird show. I don't know why I kept watching this.
Neither do I.
Moving on to The Vampire Dies in No Time.
This show was pretty fucking wild, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, aside from a few gags here and there that were either not funny or just kind of mean-spirited, there was some really funny stuff throughout the show. I especially love the running gags involving Draluk's family and how much his grandfather is just like whatever the inverse of a pushover is.
Hard ass?
No, not a hard ass. Basically, like, he wants to do something and no one else can convince him not to do it.
Oh.
He's like, hey, our family is going to play this insane game that I have devised. And it's like, oh, we can't talk him out of this. Oh no.
I'm not sure what the name for that is.
You know, we'll call it a Luffy.
Stubborn idiot?
Stubborn idiot, that's it. But yeah, like, there's this one bit where they play a live board game where they are basically the pieces. And of the first 6 spaces you can get to, only one of them doesn't result in grievous injury of some kind, and it forces the person into a bunny girl suit.
Of course it does.
And the first person to fall victim to this is Ronaldo, of course. And he spends the entire rest of the game in the bunny suits. And literally everyone else is just climbing over each other, trying their damnedest to land on the bunny suit space so they don't get, like, nommed on by a giant plant, for instance.
So the bunny girl suit was actually a stroke of luck.
Yes. A humiliating stroke of luck, but a stroke of luck nonetheless.
I'll take humiliation over being, like, grievously wounded.
Fair. But yeah, there's also an episode focused on John the Armadillo, who is the best character in this entire show. Bar none. It's not even a contest. He is wonderful and a sweetheart. There's also one episode where so all the vampires in the show have or at least all the antagonist ones have some sort of goofy gimmick. One of them is basically a guy who runs around wearing nothing but his cape and a bushel of flowers over his crotch.
Right.
Another one is a guy who traps people in barriers and forces them to play rock, paper, scissors with him.
Okay.
And one of them, everyone he bits and every one of his victims who bites someone, makes them wear a micro bikini, regardless of gender or age.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was coming.
That specific one?
No, not that specific one, but, escalation.
Yes. But yeah, the entire, half an episode revolves around that, and it's treated like an actual zombie apocalypse, rather than with comedy, basically. Yeah. Until they finally figure out how to win by just stripping off the micro bikinis and then doing the brainwashing that way. But yeah, the show is weird.
Mm.
It got me to laugh a few times, but it is weird.
Yeah.
So I'm legit kind of surprised that this is getting a second season, but I don't mind.
Mm.
So it's a fun enough show. Even if it has
No, go ahead.
Even if it does have a few gags, I'm not really the biggest fan of,
Yeah. Speaking, though, of weird shows, Visual Prison.
Yeah, you guys have fun with this one.
I'm actually not caught up, so Mill, you have fun with this one.
Oh, God, Okay, I will get my disappointment out of the way here.
Oh no, what happened?
No.
Feel free to spoil.
It's a small disappointment, honestly. It's the fact that they seem to be setting up a sword fight in the final episode and then didn't do it.
Aww.
Which I'm disappointed about, because the sword fighting in the show has been so much better than it should have been. So much better than it should have been. Instead, Oz just fucking sung a song and just fucking bodied Lost Eden and Eclipse in it. Unfortunately, Gil was still dying. Yeah, he was dying. I can't remember what we talked about last time out. It was the fucking animal one, wasn't it? So episode 9, Ange went back to his childhood home to try and get more info on his parents, and fucking Hyde and Dimitri of Eclipse just randomly joined him. Because they're just like that, and they're just fucking idiots, and I love them, and they're so clearly gay together. They are the gayest couple in the show, and that is saying something.
Saying something.
And it is officially revealed that the dude who was friends with, or who brought Gil's passion for music back, yeah, that was Ange's dad. Unsurprisingly.
Yeah.
But also that, was that this episode? Yeah, that was it, or was it K and K? Might have been K or K. In either episode 9 or episode 10, Ange then confronted Gil about wanting to become a full vampire, and the fact that he suspected Gil was his vampire parent somehow, because I'm fairly sure... Oh no, okay, no, I've got 2 disappointments. One is the sword fight, and the second is the fact that apparently women can't become vampires.
What?
That's weird.
Yeah,
that is so weird and dumb.
So yeah, officially, Eve and Beth certainly not biologically female. I mean, that was confirmed in the credits of the resort episode, which I actually missed first time round. But yeah,
so they're not assigned female at birth, basically.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable, considering the fact that they call themselves Eve and Beth, and at the very least, in terms of hairstyle, have feminine hairstyles. I'm not comfortable putting a label.
Yeah.
They are some kind of not male identifying, probably.
So wait, why can't women become vampires?
No fucking clue. Just doesn't work, apparently.
That's dumb. really fucking dumb.
So apparently what happened is that Ange's parents got in an accident while Ange's mum was pregnant with Ange. Gil wanted to turn Ange's dad, but Ange's dad told him to try and turn Ange's mum. He tried, it failed. He got a punishment from the Scarlet Moon, but apparently worked enough to turn Ange into a half vampire, which is why he's Gil's vampire parent. But that's also why Gil is dying, because he's taken 2 serious punishments from the Scarlet Moon and is basically crumbling into crystal. He then tries to turn Ange into a full vampire, but doesn't have enough power, I think, because Ange retains the vampire heterochromia, so I think he's still half a vampire at this point. So Gil is basically... Gil is basically waiting to die. Saga turns up to be, a jealous bitch and sing over his corpse. Sing about how much Gil means to Saga. Meanwhile, Ange is also in a complete depressive state, just singing fucking Guilty Cross all the time. Robin talks to his brother, and gets motivated to try and help Ange more. Eve tries to work with Beth to bring Carmilla out to see if she can do anything, but apparently it's Scarlet Tears or nothing, which they don't have. I think maybe if they say they don't have it, but I'll get to it. Apparently Gil can come back for the visual prison contest for some reason. I'm not entirely sure how it works, but it does. And then the final episodes happen. They sing songs. Oz wins, but Gil is still dying until all of the groups give up all of their Scarlet Tears, 19 of the things, and keep Gil alive, I think. It's also quite a funny scene. Because they think Gil is dying, they say, this visual prison is Oz's final concert. And then Gil is alive, so they announce their comeback concert 3 months after, and Mist is really pissed off about it.
That is funny.
About the temerity to announce a comeback concert after only being away for 3 months.
The sheer unmitigated gall.
Yeah, it's great. However, there is a sequel hook, I think. Well, it's sort of a sequel hook and it's sort of not. So, the very final scene, we visit all of the other characters, and the final character we visit is obviously Ange as the main character, and he's outside the the little music hall that they frequent, and somebody who looks suspiciously like Ange's dad would comes up, strokes Ange's face on a Oz poster, and then starts talking to Ange, who asks him if he likes music. Now, the reason this is significant is that we actually, in episode 10, I think it is, we actually see that Saga was also at the scene of the accident with Ange's parents, sees Gil collapse when he tries to turn Ange's mum, and then maybe tries to turn Ange's dad. So Ange's dad might actually be alive and be a vampire.
Okay.
And that might have been who was in the final scene. As I said, the reason that's the reason it is a sequel hook. The reason it isn't is because the way Ange was speaking, it made it seem like it was just some random dude who was just saying, "Oh, hey, do you like music?" It's like that. So I'm willing to bet that they are basically waiting on how well this does in terms of merch to see if they're going to make a second season or not. Because holy fuck, they've got a lot of merch out. I realized this when I was looking for looking to see if the insert songs were on sale anywhere. They are technically not. They are apparently a bonus as part of the limited edition Blu-rays in Japan, and as crazy as I can be with money, I'm not paying, thousands of yen just for the CDs.
Yeah.
Christ.
Which is a shame, because I really fucking love the music in this show.
Yeah, it's really good.
19 fucking songs all told. Everyone gets like one song to themselves.
That's good.
I'm also of the opinion that Robin and Ange are pretty gay.
Would not be surprising.
Like when Ange has been motivated by Saga to keep singing, and then Robin's been motivated by Jack to sing with Ange. Like, they have a little gay reunion. That said, when Ange thinks Gil is dying in the final episode, Ange does say that he loves Gil, so that's not going to help those shippers.
Oh. I
don't know in what sense it was meant. I believe it could be seen either way. I'm choosing to see it as platonic, because I am all in on Robin and Ange. But that is my perspective. You can see it that way
until a season 2 happens.
Yes, that is my personal perspective. Yeah, honestly, like, apart from those two disappointments, I really enjoyed this show. It's stupid and it's dumb, but I like music and I liked the show.
Better than it has any right to be.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely better than it had any right to be.
Speaking of shows that are better than they had any right to be,
World's Best Assassin becomes an aristocrat.
So remember when I said Wincest earlier? Yeah, it was in here.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic.
Yes, our protagonist's main love interest is in fact his cousin.
Yeah. Are you remotely surprised about a series that has aristocrats in the fucking title?
No.
Not that surprised. I'm quite surprised and glad to see the elusive male anime nipple, though.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
this guy.
Fun
it
fact,
looks like he came out of freaking Fate or something.
Funny you say that. This guy's given name is actually derived from Kukulin's original name before he took the name he became known under. Kukulin used to be called Satanta before he took on the name Kukulin.
A lot of Irish names in the show, I've noticed.
Yeah, and a lot of the music sounds Irish too.
Yeah.
Which I'm not going to complain about.
Yeah, can we talk about how Lou took care of this guy by throwing a missile at him?
Kills that.
From space.
He literally drops a fucking missile on him from orbit.
It's so cool.
Very clever too. It's like, yeah, I'll duel you. Just once this coin hits the ground, we'll start, and then right when the coin hits the ground, boom, orbital bombardment.
Yeah. For context, this guy is the person who Lou at this point believes is the hero, and there's evidence to support that. So hey, if he takes care of this guy, then his goal's done. And he's also ridiculously powerful, and he doesn't stand a chance against him in a typical fight. So he used his trump card and threw a literal missile at him, and that did the trick.
Question. What does chucking missiles at somebody from space have to do with assassination?
Well, you see...
It's killing someone unexpectedly while their guard is focused somewhere else.
Yeah. It's a viable tactic.
Hey, it's basically killing him right as the battle begins with something that completely blindsides him, and he has no way to defend against.
Oh, yeah.
Which is classic assassination technique.
Yeah, it worked. And then we learn who the actual hero is, who turns out to just be a very handsome young man.
I mean, it's anime.
Yeah.
A handsome young man.
Yes, a very
That's definitely what
the
the character is.
Yeah. So, bit of sequel tease at the end there. Don't know if we're gonna get it.
The actual hero only shows up in the very last scene of the series.
Yeah, and it's a post-credits thing, too.
Yeah, Silverlink. Silverlink tends to be really busy. And studio...
They do have a good track record with getting sequels out, though.
Yeah.
The other studio working on it is Studio Palette, which has literally done nothing but, like, fucking Shonen Ashibe Go Go Goma-chan 4.
Yeah, they're probably
that's my favorite.
Contracted to help on that, on the show. But yeah, Silverlink has... literally all of their shows from 2020 got sequels announced. And, I'm pretty sure Bofuri and Misfit are getting sequels this year.
Yes.
All of their shows from 2020 got sequels, but none of their shows from 2019.
Yeah, but the shows from 2019 weren't as popular.
Yeah, but if they're doing a sort of odds-evens thing, then I think it might be shit out of luck.
It usually depends on how well Blu-rays sell or how promising stuff seems to be, so who's...
Based on the numbers that this show got on Mal, it's fairly popular.
Yeah.
It actually has more people who put it on than whatchamacallit, Our Last Crusade.
That doesn't fucking surprise me, because Our Last Crusade was boring as sin. I'm genuinely shocked it got a season 2. Everyone was shocked that it got a season 2.
Man, on Mal it's higher than 86 Part 2. What the fuck?
To be fair, sequels almost always have a dip compared to the previous season.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
Not in terms of rating. Rating, it's a full... 86 is a full point over World's Finest Assassin.
Oh, yeah, of course.
In terms of the first season, like, dwarfs it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because some people just rate the first season alone. And...
Yeah, first season, 432,000.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
86 is just really good, but so it's not really fair comparing the two.
No, it's really not. But yeah, I like how this show wrapped up. All things considered, this assassination turned out to actually be just fake her death.
Yes.
Yeah. Which of course he did.
I mean, he's a pro.
Yeah. He's the world's finest assassin.
Roll credits.
But this was good. One thing I wanted to mention. I like how things wrapped up, or sort of wrapped up, not really, between Lou and Tart. How he was pretty much straightforward. Yeah, I love this woman and I plan to marry her. And Tart's supportive, but also very much heartbroken.
On the other hand, what Maha says also puts a bit of a interesting wrinkle on that too.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, we know you're into her, but you do know that polyamory is a thing, right?
Yeah. But I think this is Tart coming to terms with, you're not his number one, unfortunately.
Which sucks for her, but at the same time, like, what was she expecting?
Yeah. Unfortunate, but Dia was there first, so.
Yeah, first girl tends to almost always be in the lead.
Yeah.
It just do be like that.
Mm.
Whatchamacallit? I do like that the show ultimately is paced the way it is.
Oh yeah, this show is very solid pacing overall. Like this
is literally a single novel adapted.
Doesn't happen until like partway through this season.
Yeah, first proper assassination is like episode 9 or 10.
Yeah.
And this is literally just an adaptation of a single light novel.
Yeah. It's impressive.
It's impressive. Like, you'd think, like, most anime adapt, like, 2 or 3 light novels per season. But no, this one is I think, one of 3 series that decided to go the approach of just a single light novel in a season. The others being 86, and I forget what the other one is. I don't remember. I know 86 was one of them, and if I recall correctly, the other one... Oh, it was Slime. Slime also took that approach.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they did... Each core of Season 2 for Slime was a single light novel, plus a little bit of leftover from the previous novel. Which is, like, dang. They're all paced out really well.
Yeah. Still trying to figure out what the goddess's deal is. She seems odd.
Oh, she seems super sketchy.
Yeah, because like it doesn't, because like I don't know. It doesn't. It seems like she's very much true in her goal to have the hero stop the planet from being destroyed by the hero, but I don't know. Just a few things that are very much sketchy with her.
Yeah.
So I don't think we have the whole story there. And the opening sort of implies that he's going to be targeting the goddess eventually.
Yeah, that's odd to me, but we'll see what comes of that.
I mean, why be the world's finest assassin if you're not going to try and take down a god?
Yeah, no, I mean, what is an
JRPG,
isekai
though?
if you don't try to dethrone a god?
No, remember, that's JRPGs.
And a lot of which are isekai.
Fair enough.
I mean, SMT5 is basically an isekai.
I have not played that game.
It is,
I do plan to.
Yeah, it is basically an isekai. So, there you go.
That's fun.
Isn't it only on Switch?
Yes, as of right now.
Which is the main thing stopping me from playing it.
Yeah, and
that
frankly,
is unfortunate.
There's like hints that PC/PS4 port might happen. So honestly, hold out for that because your experience will be better for it. But back onto this. This anime was good, better than it had any right to be, as we've mentioned.
How was the animation?
It's all right.
Solid.
Yeah, like it's fine. It has some flashy moments for sure. The CG is
CGI horse.
It is the horses are so bad. I don't think I've ever seen a worse CGI horse.
Neither have I.
It's like so bad.
The horses are the only real elephant in the room in terms of CGI quality.
Yeah.
Most
Number, you know the reason that you can say that is because there was no horses in Exam.
That's true. That is very much true. But hey. But yes. Aside from the bits of awful CGI, it looks pretty decent overall.
Yeah.
But yeah, good show. Hope we get that season 2.
Same. I feel for season 2 is likely, but not guaranteed.
Yeah, I feel like
really
every isekai nowadays gets a season 2 if it's popular enough. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say if it's popular enough.
Yeah, there are so many generic ones that get season 2s. Why not take one of the more unique ones?
I mean, from this year alone, we have, I think every isekai from last year alone, I think every isekai from the summer got a season 2 announcement.
Yeah.
Season 2 of Realist Hero is airing right now.
Yeah.
But that's one of the better ones. Tsukimichi is also pretty good. I don't understand why Spirit Chronicles is getting a second season.
I can't believe that's getting another season.
They just fucking rush through the light novels. This is World's Finest Assassin has the opposite pacing from Spirit Chronicles. Spirit Chronicles bum rush through 5 light novels in a single core.
Oh my god.
Like, if they did 5 light novels in a 2-core series, that wouldn't be as bad. Log Horizon did that. That worked out fine for them. But 5 light novels in a single core of anime is not good pacing.
I mean,
Yeah.
considering the weight Log Horizon fans had to go through, did Log Horizon really get the pacing right?
Yeah, it did.
It did.
The issue wasn't with the pace covering the source material, it was the pace with which the source material came out.
Yeah.
Because the author spent a stint in jail for tax evasion.
Oh, he did. Oh, that's the reason.
Yeah. Yeah, the old Yoshi.
I thought he just couldn't be bothered writing it. What?
No.
He was
there
in
was
jail
a
for
reason.
a couple years for tax evasion.
Oh wait, no, they couldn't be bothered to write it as the No Game, No Life one.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know he was in jail though. I really did not.
Yeah.
Honestly, it could have been worse. He could have been arrested for possession of awful shit.
Oh yeah.
Like a certain author of a certain gal-based manga recently.
Yeah.
But let's not go any further into that.
Yeah.
Let's instead move on to our final show, World Trigger Season 3.
Alright, so I'm not caught up because of the whole Toei thing. I stopped watching it for a while. I haven't taken the time to catch up yet, but I have read the manga. So, feel free to talk. I just might be a bit, out of touch because it's been a bit, so.
Most recent episode was so fucking well animated.
What was it?
Episode 13, which was from Hyusei going down to Yuba getting taken out by Nmbr.
Okay, I vaguely remember that fight.
Like, fucking Yuba was just racing around everywhere, and they just kept putting the motion blurs on him. So unnecessary, but so great.
That's good.
Yeah, I mean, this is genuinely my favorite rank war, so I'm really enjoying this because it's just such a good clash of styles. We get Ikuma Squad, who are the loveliest himbos ever, and I love them so much. They're so fucking dumb.
Yeah.
They're so fucking dumb. Like, Ikuma keeps, the squad members keep, reporting stuff. Kai at one point reports that he might be surrounded, and so Ikuma goes, Kai is popular, roger roger.
Yeah.
Opponent is Hyusei, roger roger, and then he goes, oh no, they're not after me, they're after Hyusei. Kai is not popular, roger roger, and Oki's like, could you skip the recaps, please? Then the fact that when the fact that Hyusei fucking 6-on-1, you've got Ikuma, you've got Mizukami, and you've got Kai from Ikuma Squad. You've got Yuba and Obishima from Yuba Squad, and you've got Inukai from Ninomiya Squad there, all fucking trying to take down Hyusei, and he manages to not only last longer than I think we've seen anyone else last under such even half that many people going after them. He manages to fucking take out Ikuma, who for all of his himbo-ness, is an incredibly dangerous opponent. Mm-hmm. And not to mention, the thing about Tamakoma 2 is the reason they're so good is because they're so fucking creative. Obviously you've got Osamu with his fucking wires, but Kuga and Hyusei are so inventive. Kuga shows off two new moves in this arc. First is the throws a scorpion shuriken into the ground, sends another length of scorpion through the ground to connect up to it, which then spears Obishima through the chest. And then in the actual rank battle, he throws a scorpion, which then curves, which you're not supposed to be able to do. And then sets off a bunch of grasshoppers, so it's basically just pinballing about, slashing Obishima. And then fucking Hyusei, first he uses a Scudo, which creates basically this barrier to launch Ikuma in the air as he's trying to do an Ikuma whirlwind, which creates just the hilarious visual of him just landing, his face still just stock straight, just looking at the camera, just this is my life, apparently. and then using a Scudo to yeet a car straight into a Bishima.
I love eating cars.
Yeah, no, they're just both so inventive. Not to mention, again, in the most recent episode, Mizukami gets taken out because he gets caught between Inukai and Yuba. And then Oki, Ikuma's sniper, takes out Tononoka, Yuba's sniper. And Mizukami's just like, you couldn't have used those skills to save us? They were wary of being sniped, it's fine. Oh no, and there's just so much. As I said, this episode is so well animated. I'm so looking forward to the next episode next week because it's going to be.
Isn't that the season finale?
That's the season finale, and it's going to be the climax to genuinely like hundreds of chapters of build up. Like a good 150 to 200 chapters of build up, honestly. And not to mention, I am so glad that this ended up being a 14-episode season. I was so worried when I thought this was 12 episodes. I was so fucking worried, because like, in a regular show, you might be able to get away with, like, a volume's worth of action in 2-3 episodes. You can't do that in World Trigger, because the action's so intricate, and there's so much explaining that goes on. That you just can't. The action just doesn't move as a quicker pace as in other shows. There's also the fact that fucking Konami is on commentary. And she tells about the fact that she got kicked out of their Tamakoma's strategy meeting, and you get a flashback to where she goes.
I forgot about that.
Where she goes, but the kid can stay, and then fucking Karuji's like, what a sad chapter in your life. It's just so mean. It's just so great. I love it. Oh my god. Oh, it's so great. I just love the show so much.
It's really damn good.
It really is. And I'm so glad it was made seasonal, even if it means there's not a chance we're getting a season 4, like, it's going to be a good 3 or 4 years at least.
Oh yeah.
Most unfortunate.
Yeah.
You
were still better off than, Hunter x Hunter.
Yeah.
Still
no. At least...
How many years has it been? 2?
Yeah.
3?
2 years without a chapter, I think.
Yeah.
Might even be 3 at this point. I can't remember. It's been a while.
I
think it was
over
a 2-year anniversary.
Yeah.
Yeah. This has been the longest hiatus.
Yeah. Ashihara at least is releasing chapters, even if he's doing it in a weird manner, because he like gets ill or has to take a break every 2-3 months, basically.
Which is fine, but I feel like it's fine. Be pushing yourself so much.
But yeah, but then like when he comes back, he like releases 2 chapters a month.
Yeah.
Which is actually more the norm for monthly chapters, because his chapters are usually the normal, like the weekly 24 pages. But yeah, but yeah, we at the very least have to get out of the first phase of the next arc before we get another season of the anime, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, we are definitely at the finale. Like Ikuma and Yuba squads are out. It is just Tamakoma versus Ninomiya squad. Oh, and fucking Ninomiya is so fucking cold. He is so cold. Like, he challenges Yuba to a one-on-one duel, and then lays basically 2 traps. So first he arcs his bullets up, like delaying them. Then he sets some time delay at the bottom, which Yuba sees coming. What he doesn't see coming is that he also time delayed some of the ones at the top, and Yuba just gets speared through by the bullets, and then Ninomiya just goes, "Sorry, this is my win," and blasts him again. It is so cold. But yeah, no, World Trigger, so good. Really recommend giving it at the very least the manga a go. Like, I don't blame anyone for boycotting Toei at this time. They are being real dicks in this situation, but the manga at the very least deserves some credit.
Yeah. Anyways, we should probably move on to the awards, because we've been at this for a while.
Those are all the shows. We are moving now on to the awards. Up first, of course, is Best Protagonist.
Naturally.
Scrolling up, your runner-up is Tadano Hitohito, Komi-san Cannot Communicate.
Someone's got to get some love.
Yeah.
No one else in that series will, except for Komi.
Yeah.
And even if she does, she'll do it very quietly.
We will see about people giving Tadano love, but that's for a different podcast. But yeah, no, Tadano is a great character.
He's such a good boy.
He is such a nice boy as well. Yeah, like he's just
even if he was a Shuni in a previous.
Oh, I feel so bad for him, and I can't remember exactly what segment it's in. I'm assuming it's a Naka segment, but there's one where Komi is feeling really nervous, and then you just get Tadano there just having flashbacks, having sympathetic flashbacks. Just and I didn't mention this, but it was really nice when he was talking to Onomine, and Komi was getting jealous, and Onomine was like, "Oh, she's popular, so she's obviously going to be stuck up." And Tadano just very calmly just goes, "No, she isn't. Just talk to her and you'll see." Of course, it's ruined by Komi looming, but it's still just really nice.
I love the menacing vibes Komi gives off sometimes.
Oh, I had so many choices for menacing Komi screenshots, but I wanted to go with the one where just fucking Najimi just getting carried away.
That was funny. That was great.
I also almost went for the fucking JoJo's old woman at the festival.
That was also hilarious.
But moving on, Jack, your runner-up is William G. Merryblood, Faraway Paladin.
I like Will's development.
You like the cut of his jib.
I like the cut of his jib. Look, I play a paladin. I respect a paladin. And also, Will just has some good development and a good character arc. It's really hard not for me not to like him, you know. Will's.
Yeah. My runner-up, Komi Shoko, Komi-san Can't Communicate.
Okay.
I figured a situation like this might come up. That's part of why I didn't nominate either of them for Best Protagonist, because they're just like, either an argument could be made for either.
Yeah, I could have gone for the joint one, but considering Komi's name is in the fucking title, I decided Komi was probably the more main character of the two. Tadano is definitely up there. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna deny him as a possible choice, but my personal take is that Komi is the main character, and she's Komi. She's adorable. She's anxiety-ridden.
Sweetheart.
Yeah.
She's an absolute sweetheart.
Like, just the two scenes where she, like, does the silly smile for the baby and stops him from crying is just adorable.
Mm-hmm.
Your winner, and I apologize because I know I'm going to butcher this.
Yeah.
Lu Tuatha Day, World's Best Assassin.
You didn't have to say his last name, but you know.
I've gotten into the habit of just putting the full names.
Yeah, but
yeah,
I really like Lou a lot. He's a very interesting protagonist, very much different from your average isekai protagonist as well, since he lived a full life at this point, and he's a trained assassin, and now he's learning how to actually live for once in his life, and it's nice seeing him grow, and nice seeing how he deals with various situations and all that. So
with missiles coming from space.
Yeah, with missiles and guns. So it's
if it works, it works.
Yeah, it works. Yeah, but he's just really cool, and I like him a lot.
He's a good choice.
Fair.
Yeah.
Jack, your winner, Boji Ranking of Kings. And I will just do this now because my winner is also Boji Ranking of Kings.
Yeah. I couldn't not give Boji the win. I'm sorry.
That's
honestly,
fair. I almost did the same, but
Honestly, I had very little choice. I only really had Komi and Boji. I mean, just going through my shows, like Takt. Look, I like Takt. He's not winning Pro Tag of the season.
Yeah.
Neither of the Sakugan protagonists are winning it. I like Ange. He's not protagonist of the season material.
No,
I like him, but he's not. Yatra is too close to a transphobe to get it. I could have given it to one of the Senpai duos, Senpai duo, but Lupin. I don't feel any sort of close attachment to the Lupin, to Lupin himself, and then there's Tesla.
Also, I mean, Lupin would also just be cheating because Lupin is such a long-term character.
To be fair, I have no experience with him, so I feel like it's not like I've got watched previous parts, so it's not like he's got that advantage really. But yeah, the last choice was Tesla and fucking no. But that said, Komi and Boji are still really good picks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I probably still would have picked them. It's just that I also didn't have any choice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They're from probably the two best anime of the season, so.
Now, Boji is such a good boy.
Boji is a good being, and he deserves all the love and respect in the world.
Yeah. So, moving on then to Best Antagonist.
This one's going to be a fun one.
Your runner-up and is Yamai Ren. Komi-san can't communicate.
I can't argue this one, honestly.
She ruins the show at times.
Yeah,
that's pretty much.
If that's not an antagonist, I don't know who is.
Yeah,
I was tempted to go with social anxiety though.
Oh, social anxiety is 100% a honorable mention. We try not to nominate abstract concepts for the actual awards because apparently that's not fair. Otherwise, the Otters would have won in Sarah's and my season.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that argument. That was fun.
In fairness, that was also the season I was trying to argue that Bocce's old friend was the antagonist of the season. And you wouldn't let me!
I believe I was not the one who prevented you from doing that, but whatever.
Somebody prevented me, and I'm still annoyed. She was the villain of that show. Nobody will convince me otherwise.
It's also hard to pick from antagonists this season for me personally, so...
It was difficult.
Yeah.
There aren't that many great antagonists this season.
This is another one where I might butcher the last name. Jack, your runner-up. Ares Sroa?
You don't need to pronounce his surname.
Sroa? Droa?
Just say Ares.
Ares. Ares Sroa. I wrote it down, I'm going to say it.
From Banished from the Heroes Party.
From Banished from the Heroes Party, yes.
This is the asshole sage I was talking about, who was like, yeah, my blessing means I have to, I'm entitled to be alongside the hero, and I should be her everything and all that shit. He's an entitled asshole, and he basically kicks the protagonist out of the hero's party because he's getting in the way of his quote-unquote relationship with the hero.
So he's the guy who banished the guy who is banished from the hero's party.
Yes.
In fairness, though, it seems like it worked out to a better deal for the hero, for the banished guy.
Yeah.
It did, ultimately, but, Ares is still an asshole.
Oh, no, I totally get that point. He's still an asshole for the reasons for doing it, even if it did end up working out quite nicely.
Mm-hmm. Also, at one point, he just straight up gets eviscerated by Rudy, the hero, and she's forced to heal him by her blessing, which sucks.
Mm. Also, isn't the hero and the main character brother and sister?
Correct.
So how is he getting in the way?
Because she is basically
A doting sister.
A doting sister, yes. She doesn't have any attraction to her brother, but at the same
Thank
time,
God.
she cares about her brother more than any other person around. He's the person who's been there for her through thick and thin, and she's basically really attached to her brother. She's the strongest human connection. He's the strongest human connection that she has, and Eri sees that as a threat to his connection to Rudy. So yeah.
My antagonist, or runner-up for antagonist, is Lady Miranjo. I'm still not convinced she's a full antagonist, but again, I had very few options.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Again, going through, Tact. I'm not giving it to Sakugan.
No.
I'm not giving it to him.
Saga.
Are you gonna give it to fucking Schindler?
I might have been able to give it to Hell, but even then I wasn't that convinced.
Maybe. I was kind of tempted to give it to Hell, because Hell is at least interesting and fun.
Who the fuck am I supposed to give it to in Sakugan?
No. You're not.
No.
Ranking of Kings, obviously. Visual Prison, there's no real antagonist. Blue Period, there's no real antagonist other than transphobia and overwork. Senpai, no real antagonist. Lupin, we don't know the antagonist yet. And Tesla Note, no. No.
A lot of options for you.
No.
So yeah, it's Miranjo just out of a lack of other choices. She has been antagonistic so far.
Mm-hmm.
I will give her that.
She's close enough.
Speaking of Lady Miranjo, though, Nmbr, Jack, Lady Miranjo, Ranking of Kings, your winners.
Yep.
She's such an interesting and nuanced character so far. We don't know a lot about her, but she's already developing quite a bit of nuance.
No, I won't deny that she is a absolutely fascinating character, but that's part of the reason why I'm not 100% certain about her status as the villain.
Again, little choice. I more or less agree with you, but she's enough of an antagonist so that she definitely qualifies.
So far, she has been enough of an antagonist.
Oh yeah.
Look, the only character who is remotely as they seem is Balji, because Balji seems like the bestest of boys.
And Kage, I think we can.
Kage,
I think we can safely put Kage in there. We've seen his backstory. He's just being nice.
Kage just doesn't have the nice first impressions.
Yeah.
So he is not as he seems at first either.
I mean, I would classify Kage as basically sort of like a feral alley cat. He's been burned before, but once you actually treat him with some kindness, he warms up to you immediately.
I can see that.
But yes, my winner, it could be no other, Yamai Ren. She literally ruined parts of the show for me with her inappropriate behavior.
We are very consistent here.
Yeah.
Put it this way. If she was a guy, people would be a lot more unhappy about her.
Oh my god, yeah. Oh my god.
Like people would be up in arms if she was a guy.
Her behavior is just so off-putting.
Again, her first option, I can't remember what her first option for the Culture Festival was. I think it was a haunted house. The second option was like a fucking chocolate banana stand because she wanted Komi to suck it.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
Yeah, she is
that's
kind
so
of repulsive.
weird.
She is the worst.
No, kind of about it. She is absolutely repulsive.
Yeah, she is the worst. But yes, those are our antagonists. Moving on to best girl. Nmbr, your runner-up. Igarashi Futaba. My senpai is annoying.
I'm glad you used that image.
I was like gonna go out and look for it, but I thought I've got 3 picks. I have got 3 picks of just Futaba. I don't need to search for one.
No, this is the best one you could have picked. It's fine. It's like, holy shit, they picked me?
That was exactly what I was thinking. That was exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, no, Futaba is great. I love Futaba.
Yeah.
She's amazing.
Yeah, no, she is great.
I didn't pick her though.
Now, your runner-up, Jack, Ruti Ragnarsson, banished from the Heroes Party.
Look, she's such a good character, and also like once she actually is able to emote properly, it's just such a wonderful thing. It's like seeing her feel all these things for the first time is just so delightful.
Yeah.
And the first time she smiles is just such a heartwarming scene.
This is the hero, isn't it?
Yeah, she is the hero. Like, up until the first time she smiles in, like, episode 9, I think. Either 8 or 9. She is stone-faced throughout the rest of the series prior.
Well then...
And then she smiled.
Yeah.
That's such a sweet moment.
Then again, it seems like I've made the right choice in the picture I picked.
Yes, it was a very good choice.
My runner-up is... Sakurai Toko, my senpai is annoying.
That's a good pick.
Sakurai's just great.
And also a good pick.
Yeah. Sakurai is just great. I just love how teasing she is with Kazuma, but also the fact that she is clearly interested in him. She's not she's not leading him on at all. And like when he does seem uncomfortable with the teasing, she does stop. Not to mention she as well as along with the rest of the office is full on, trying to matchmake with Futaba and Takeda.
It's great.
I like Sakurai. Number, your winner, and Jack's winner, Komi-shoko, Komi-san cannot communicate.
Of course, yeah.
Who else could it be? Who else could it be?
I guess we'll see with my winner, won't we?
Yeah, I guess we'll see in just a sec here.
Well, you put her as protagonist.
I did,
that
yes.
disqualified her from best girl. But if I wasn't going to put her as best protagonist, I would have only put her as best girl anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Komi is great. It's for the same reasons that I said for best protagonist, apply for best girl. She is great.
Amazing. She's such a wonderful character. And she's such a sweetheart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for my winner...
She deserves all the love.
Yeah. But for my winner, I could only go with Osana Najimi, Komi-san cannot communicate. I love Najimi. I know, but I'm going with what they are currently identifying as.
Yeah, close
that's
enough,
fine.
sure.
That's fine.
That's fine.
They are a delightful gender fluid chaos gremlin, and I love them.
Because I had a minor breakdown when I suddenly realized that we have very gendered categories.
Yeah, it's unfortunately not very friendly to gender fluid and non-binary characters, but we can't really change them too much unless we add like a best supporting character category at some point.
Maybe for the year-end awards, if there are enough like really good gender fluid characters, we can make a best gender non-conforming character category.
But then all the picks would be obvious.
Very possibly. We'll see what happens in a year. We'll see what happens in a year. But those are the picks for best girl. Best boy now. Number, your runner-up, Boji, Ranking of Kings.
Yes, sir.
Runner-up? Oh, dear. I wonder.
Yeah, you wonder. I'll give you a hint. It's not that hard to think of who I picked.
Oh, I know.
I mean, consider that for the year-end awards... oh no, Boji wasn't your runner-up.
Yeah.
But could just consider the year-end awards. But yeah, Boji. Yeah. We've explained why Boji is a good boy. We've explained at length.
Boji is the goodest of boys.
Another character that we have explained at length why he's a good boy. Jack, your runner-up, Tadano Hitahito, Komi-san.
Yeah, I was conflicted on putting either Tadano or Komi in best protagonist, so I just gave them best girl and best boy nominations instead.
That's fair. That's fair.
It felt right.
Yeah. That said, my runner-up, and Nmbr and Jack, your winners, Kage, Ranking of Kings.
Yeah, that tracks 100%.
Yep.
See, I generally just have a policy of not picking two characters from the same show for a category because that's just feels unfair to other shows.
To be fair, it's really hard to argue with Boji and Kage
if
as
Boji
best
wasn't
boys.
here,
No,
he
it's
would have
hard
been
to argue.
Protagonist. So screw it, I don't care.
Yeah. It's hard to argue.
Yeah.
It's really hard to argue.
They're basically a duo, anyways.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But I did not. But I mean, we can explain why Kage is a good boy, but I think we already have.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Kage is a great boy.
Yeah, he's just so supportive for Boji, and it's so nice. It is so good that he's got a positive influence in his life. That said, my winner for best boy, I have gone left field. Robin Lafitte, Visual Prison.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, okay.
I just love him so much. Like,
I like Robin.
yeah, like I just love how positive he is and how much energy he has in a show that is generally, like, most of the cast are full of quite dour people. Like Hyde and Dimitri of Eclipse, yeah, they're just sort of dumbasses, but they're not like high energy. Eve, Gil, and Ange all have their own issues. Lost Eden is the goth squad. I don't think I need to explain there. And Robin is just there as the sweet boy. Like, it's epitomized in the ED. Like, it runs through the characters. Like, all of them are just sort of like quite stoic, and then Robin's just there, just like waving at the crowd happily. Then it shows the bands, and again they're all in poses, and Robin's just leaning an arm on Angie's shoulder. I just love him. But moving on to best ensemble. Nmbr, your runner-up. Komi-san can't communicate.
The characters that are good in this show are very good.
Yamai unfortunately ruled Komi out for me.
Also
That's
understandable.
Fair. That is very much fair.
I can't give it to them. I can't give it to Komi with Yamai there.
That's fine. I understand.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, otherwise it's a really good choice because it's generally a pretty good cast. And they all get a decent amount of attention.
That they do.
Jack, your runner-up for best ensemble. My Senpai is annoying.
Yep, that's a good pick.
Yeah.
It's really hard to go on with all these wonderful idiots.
No, it was definitely on my list. Had I watched more of Senpai, it probably would have been up there. But my runner-up is Visual Prison.
Nice.
Because again, I liked every member of the cast. I enjoyed all of them, and that's that's all I can ask for from a show with a decently large cast that, you know, doesn't have anyone else. They are all part of the main cast. But honestly, there could only be one winner for all of us. The winner for best ensemble, Ranking of Kings.
I feel very vindicated by this.
I also know the picture looks weird, but I couldn't couldn't find a good picture with the rest of the cast, so I took
that's fine.
So I took a screenshot of the two scenes from the OP and then just pushed them together, so they do look a little squashed.
But yeah, like, all of these characters are just so well developed and complex.
Look, there are two shows that did an ensemble like amazingly in 2021. One is Odd Taxi, which won pretty much every ensemble award it could from us.
Yeah.
Yep.
The other is Ranking of Kings.
Yep. They're definitely the best in terms of like ensemble writing.
Yeah.
Of the year. The only one that even comes close to matching them is Dainazenon.
So yeah, no, Ranking of Kings, fantastic ensemble. Deserved winner.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on to the last character awards. Best ship.
Oh, boy.
This looks familiar. Your runner-up, Sakurai x Kazuma. My senpai is annoying.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really good choice. I can't fault it.
Yeah,
in fact, Jack, you can't fault it so much. It's also your runner-up. I forgot about that until I glanced down at my cheat sheet.
Look, these two eclipsed the main couple easily. There was no way they were not going to be at least runner-up on my list.
Again, I think the point is that with Futaba and Takeda, there's an element of, will they, won't they, that for better or worse sort of drags them down. And we know that in the end they will probably get together, but at the moment they're just at the moment they're just too stuck in that. With Kazuma and Sakurai, there's none of that. Yes, they're circling around each other a bit, but they just with each episode they just grow closer and closer. But my runner-up, because I have to rep the gay, Robin and Ange from Visual Prison.
Fair enough.
I said when I was talking about Visual Prison that I shipped these two together, and I'm sticking by my guns.
Well, I'm not gonna contest you on that.
Yeah.
I'm sticking with my guns on this one. They make a good couple. It will never happen, but they make a good couple. Your winner, again, familiar choice. Kukuru and Fuka, Aquatope on White Sands.
Yep, I can see it.
I don't blame you for picking your year-end picks because they're good choices.
If they still apply,
why change them? Yeah, why change?
Why mess with a good thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so that's a great pick of them.
It is. Again, you look at that and you think, gay.
Yeah, they're gay. Look at them.
Yeah. Look at the way they're holding each other.
Yeah.
Jack, your winner. Again, I'm fairly sure your runner-up from the year-end awards.
Yep.
Ritz and Red, banished from the Heroes Party.
Look, these two carry the fucking show with their chemistry. They're just such an amazing couple, and it's helped by the fact that they are definitely explicitly canon.
Yeah.
All the way up to just straight up getting laid at the end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
It's really hard to contest them as a solid couple across their entire series.
No, absolutely a valid choice. Even if I haven't watched the show. I believe you. My winner, though, and I'm surprised none of you picked it, Komi x Tadano. Komi-san cannot communicate.
Oh.
I did get because it was more slow burn, honestly.
Fair enough, I guess.
Yeah, it's very much a slow burn. I do love them, though.
Yeah.
If I had to pick a third one, it'd probably be them.
Yeah, they would go in third place for me. They are very slow burn, and the other two couples are a lot more quickly advancing.
That's fair. But they're just one of my favorite couples from the series I'm reading and watching at the moment, because they do work well together.
It's completely fair, and I understand it, and I love their couple chemistry. But like I said, a bit too slow burn for me to really nominate for this season.
Yeah.
Moving on then to Best OP. Your runner-up. Again, second verse, same as the first. Kyokai-sen by Amasarashi, 86.
Yep, you know it.
Really good. Really good OP.
And Jack, I'm sure you'll want me to do this as well, because that is also your winner. Well,
this is my strip winner.
In fact, your winner.
Look, it's a really good OP, and I don't
Damn
think...
good.
Yeah.
It has everything. Has the visuals, has the song, has the symbolism, it's all there.
Yeah. Look, the song is just like... This performing artist is just really good.
Amasarashi is a really good band. I really enjoy Amasarashi. So
you can't go wrong.
I can't fault the song.
Mm-hmm.
However, got to do this. I had to group these together because Jack, your runner-up, my runner-up, and Nmbr, your winner, is Annoying Sansan Week by Tomori Kusunoki, Saori Hayami, Reina Aoyama, and Aoi Koga, the voice actresses for Futaba, Sakurai, Natsumi, and Tsukishiro. My senpai is annoying.
Look, the character animation alone would get this a high ranking for the year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But add in a catchy song and it just goes over the top.
It is a really catchy song.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it only just made top 10 in the year for me, but it was easily my second choice for this season.
Mm-hmm.
But
Same.
My winner though is Akeboshi by Lisa, Demon Slayer Mugen Train arc.
Makes sense to me.
That was my third place for the season.
It's a damn good one, even if I've only heard it like 3 times.
No,
it's a Lisa song. It is hard to go wrong with Lisa songs.
It's not just that it's a Lisa song. It's a really unique sounding song.
Yeah, you're right. I did like the beats to the song too.
Yeah, no,
it just worked really well.
And yeah, just you know what you're getting with the visuals from Ufotable. It's a really good OP. Moving on then to best ED.
Oh, real quick, I do want to shout out a few other OPs that didn't make the cut.
All right.
Takt.Op was really good. So was
Yep.
World's Finest Assassin was really good.
Yep.
I already mentioned Mugen Train, and Ranking of Kings deserves a mention too.
Yeah, Sakugan, Ranking of Kings. I liked Aquatope's second OP as well, and
Ghost Games has a really good OP too.
And Visual Prison. I did like Visual Prison.
Yeah, I like Visual Prisons a lot too.
Yeah. Okay.
A lot of good OP.
Yeah, best ED Nmbr. Bear with me on this one. It's a long fucking title.
Yep. Sorry.
Nishiga Kakeru Mare no Hanashi by Yui Horie. My senpai is annoying.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
EDs were a bit harder to choose.
Yeah.
Than OPs.
But I like it. It's cute.
Yeah.
It's very soft. Very cozy.
I think I'm trying to remember. I think the reason I didn't pick it, or it wasn't that high up in certainly my year-end rankings, is that there was just a bit too much dead air at times. In terms of the visuals, but it's still a very good ED, very relaxing end to the two episodes. Jack, your ED or your runner up for ED, Oz by Yama. Ranking of Kings.
That's such a good one.
Look at those two boys being so soft.
Look at them. It's like a storybook. It's
it's the art style that's so good.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just so sweet and beautiful, and the song going with it was just so lovely. I could not put it on there.
Yeah. But my runner-up, Bloody Kiss by Lost Eden Visual Prison.
That makes
surprising.
sense.
Yeah, again, I make no bones about it. I really love the song, is the thing. It's a really good song, even if the visuals aren't the most astounding. But again, you fucking saw there Robin. All of them are just stood really calmly. And fucking Robin's just there with a peace sign up against his eyes. It's an adorable little bastard. Yeah, it's a good song, decent enough visuals to get it second. Nmbr, your winner, as well as my winner, Oz by Yama, Ranking of Kings. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's just the art style. It just looks so fucking good.
Yeah.
As well as the song. Yama are a good band. They saved 2.43 from relative obscurity for me. It would have suffered a lot more if I didn't remember the OP from that. So yeah, no, Yama, good band. Visuals, very good. very good ED, and just really nice and relaxing at the end of the
Glad
episode.
a lot of our picks are aligned.
Yeah. But Jack,
No.
your winner, Symphonia by Mika Nakashima, Takt.Op.Destiny.
Part of this is because I felt bad for not putting its OP in my top 2, but at the same time, this is a really good ED. I love the shooting star imagery.
Yeah, that's fair. That's definitely fair.
And it's a music anime. Of course, it's going to have some good music.
Yeah. I mean, the ones that I want to particularly mention for ED, Sakugan also had a good ED.
Oh, yeah, I really like Sakugans.
Komi and World Trigger also had pretty good EDs.
Komi had a really good ED. I think Komi's OP was also really fun.
Komi's OP was also pretty good, yeah.
Komi's OP is really good.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, there's 86's ED as well.
Yep.
But moving on to Best Animation. See.
This one's fun.
Nmbr, your runner-up, Komi-san Can't Communicate.
Good choice.
This is a good clip to pick for that, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Jack, you should know that it's a good pick, because it is also your winner.
Look, I couldn't not pick Komi. Look at Tando going fucking Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Komi-san is OLM did a really good job with Komi. Like, again,
OLM just really good studio.
Yeah, it's it's a fluffy rom-com. It doesn't necessarily need to be well animated, but it's always nice when one of these is well animated.
Yep.
But Jack, your runner-up, Ranking of Kings, and also Nmbr and Mine's winner.
This is not surprising in the slightest.
Yeah.
Nope.
Because
it's Ranking of Kings.
Yeah, it's studio wit. It's studio wit. There's no other.
They're just good at what they freaking do.
And it helps that the art style is so unique as well.
Yeah, the art style also is very simplified, so it just makes the animation flow better.
It's so fluid. It's so fluid because of it. I do want to also shout out for animation. Takt.Op and Mushoku also had really good animation.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course.
But my runner-up, again, slightly left field, but I had to give them the props. Visual Prison, because it had no right being this well animated in its fighting. No right whatsoever.
You know what else was also really well animated that didn't need to be? Senpai is Annoying.
Senpai is Annoying is another good choice. I feel quite bad that none of us ended up picking Demon Slayer for either the year-end or the seasonal awards.
I avoided sequels intentionally, so...
Yeah, I did too. Also, Demon Slayer just wouldn't be fair picking it.
In fairness, I think we could agree that Demon Slayer is probably the best animated show this season, even with Ranking of Kings. But
Ufotable is sort of cheating in any category.
It's it wouldn't be fair to pick Demon Slayer, honestly.
I also want to shout out World Trigger, because it has been well animated this season as well.
Yep. Toei, their animators are really good at what they do.
Especially when they're allowed to be seasonal, they are very good at what they do.
Toei does good seasonals. It's when they do long runners that the animation's a bit spottier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, moving on to Best Fight.
Oh, before we do, also want to shout out Heike Story for animation as well.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So, Nmbr, your runner-up for Best Fight. Lou versus Satanta, World's Best Assassin.
Well, not a fight.
It's not a fight at all, no. This isn't even the fight proper. This is just him showing off.
It's what came up when I searched it on YouTube.
No, that's fine. That's fine. This is part of their confrontation, so it's fine.
To lead up to the
actual fight is
quote-unquote
really
fight.
just a missile flying down. So
fair enough.
The actual fight is a single move.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So it's sort of cheating, but also like, you know what? I don't care.
Yeah.
That's
funny.
fair.
And
Mine is an actual fight, though.
Okay.
As is mine, because Jack, our runner-ups are the same. Titan. Well, you put Titan and Destiny versus Heaven and Hell. I just put Titan versus Heaven and Hell because I'm picking that part of the fight particularly.
Fair.
But it's that fight.
Completely fair. It's a good ass fight.
That's a damn good one. If I was picking an actual fight, my runner-up would have been that.
Dude, Titan just going ham was great.
Yeah.
Again, it's just so fluid and so well done.
You can tell which fights they put the most effort into, and this is definitely one of them.
Yeah. Also, Heaven just wielding a fucking umbrella.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, good for her. Good for her. But, Demon Slayer does get a shout-out because Nmbr, your winner, is, of course, Rengoku versus Akaza Demon Slayer Mugen Train arc.
If it works, it works.
Yeah.
And I love that fucking fight.
I mean,
dude, the fucking OST for the fight is amazing.
It's so
oh
good.
no, I love the
so
OST.
good.
I love the OST so much.
Honestly, the soundtrack for this particular fight is one of my favorite tracks from all of Demon Slayer.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's only really matched by Tanjiro no Uta.
Yeah. Again, it's got such a unique sound to it.
Yeah.
But my reason for
Kajiura is just such a good composer.
She's so good. She's so good.
But yeah, my reasoning for not picking it is just that there's just not enough investment. It was already in the movie, and there's just not enough investment in Rengoku or Akaza.
That's fair.
There's not enough emotional heft to the fight, I think, compared to some of the other.
Visually, though, it outclasses pretty much every other fight because ufotable.
Visually, it is god tier.
I mean, it's also really well choreographed.
Yeah, it has actual technique, ebb and flow.
But Jack, your winner is Orsted versus Dead End Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation.
Again, not a real fight, but hey, that's a good pick regardless.
It is a stomping, but it is a beautiful stomping.
Look at it, it's so good.
Look at this glorious
I had to pick this clip. This clip is actually a little bit shorter than the others, only by like a second or two, but I had to pick it just because of how good it looked.
Look at how one-sided that shit is, too.
Yeah.
God damn, not a scratch on him.
But my winner, it's a good pick from what I saw. My winner though is Hyusei and Yuma versus Ko World Trigger.
Hell yeah!
It's just for this moment because it's just oh my god.
I knew you had to pick a World Trigger fight. So.
Also, I realize I'm taking our lives into our hands by putting a Toei clip up. I'm hoping they won't notice.
Oh shit! That's right.
Fingers crossed they won't notice.
It's fine. It's fine.
We'll be fine.
What's
this
fine?
Is like
what's World Trigger?
That's the other thing. They care about Dragon Ball. They don't care about World Trigger.
That's so true. They don't care about World Trigger.
Who at Toei is going around looking for World Trigger clips? They're all looking for Dragon Ball.
One Piece.
And One Piece, and One Piece. They're looking for the cash cows. They're not looking for World Trigger.
Yeah.
But yeah, Hyusei and Yuma versus Ko. It's just a really inventive fight, and
I love that one.
The finale is just really good.
It's really freaking good.
Moving on then to best sequel. Nmbr, your runner-up. Mushoku Tensei, Jobless Reincarnation, Season 2.
That one was actually my third pick.
Yeah. This just... It sort of fixes the problem I had with the first half and is just consistently good, so, yeah.
Yeah.
Jack, your runner-up for best sequel. Demon Slayer, The Entertainment District arc. Specifically.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, I would have put just Season 2 in general, but, like, Mugen Train has had its time in the sun, and I wanted to shout out Entertainment
Oh,
District
it had
for
its
how
time
well
in the sun, all right. Jeez.
Entertainment District arc is off to a strong start, and I like it so far quite a
Yeah.
bit.
Mugen Train was one of the most profitable anime movies of all time. They had to release it again.
Yeah.
I want more of that cash.
And you know, hearing that they were struggling to pay their animators, I now don't blame them that much.
No, that's
I'll
fine.
let them release it as often as they have to.
It's fine. It's easy money.
Yeah.
It gives your animators a break for the most part. It's fine.
Yeah.
Whatever.
We understand.
It's harmless.
My runner-up for best sequel, Aquatope on White Sands.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
I get it.
Yeah, I thought about it.
I forgot it was a sequel, honestly. So.
I mean, yeah, it's
Qualified.
technically it's a carryover, so technically, but like,
Yeah.
I thought about it, and the only other options for me were Demon Slayer, Octope, and 86, and I do like 86, which is obviously your guys' winner, but like, I've not been as much of a fan of the second season as I was the first. It's still a damn good show, but I just really enjoyed Aquatope in the end. And I think the second season did a really good job of managing to introduce the new characters while still keeping the old characters relevant as well.
Yeah.
It might have worked,
Except for Kai.
except for Kai, but you know he wasn't relevant in the first season anyway.
That's so true.
Yeah, 86, really good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, my one issue with the second second core is the reduced screen time for Lena.
Yeah.
Lena, I want to see more of her. She's one of the best characters
Let season 3 be
show.
all about her. Let's do it.
That would be fun.
I'm not even opposed to that.
Yeah.
But my winner, it could be no other show. It was only knocked out of my top 2 when I remembered Taiwanese puppets. It's World Trigger season 3.
Yep.
Shock of shocks. Mill likes World Trigger.
I am shocked.
I've spent 4 streams gushing about it. I make no bones about it. It's a really good show.
We're super surprised, Mill. Just so surprised.
Yeah.
But moving on to our final category, it is of course anime of the season. Number, your runner-up, and Jack, your runner-up. Komi-san can't communicate.
Yeah.
Shock of shocks.
I didn't see it coming. I didn't think it would be, here at all. But
what with it sweeping the character and animation categories.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've explained why Kobe is so good. We have.
Yeah.
At length.
But that is not my runner-up. My runner-up is Visual Prison.
That makes sense.
Honestly, if I had watched more of Senpai is Annoying, that probably almost certainly would have been my runner-up.
I believe Senpai is Annoying is 3rd or 4th place for me for new shows. I'll go over my in a bit.
The only reason it is or it didn't make it to runner-up is just because I've only watched 5 episodes and Visual Prison had an ending. And it was a decent enough ending that I enjoyed. But this is a show I've just had so much fun with from minute 1, where I was like, you expect me to learn all of these names? And then I have now learned all of the names. Mostly because they are fucking insane. But, I've learned the names.
Fair enough.
And then...
Let's see the winners. They're obvious.
They kind of are. The winner, the overall winner for best anime of the season, Ranking of Kings.
It could be no other.
Yeah, it's not finished yet, but who cares? It's just that good.
It is one of the single best shows I have ever seen.
Yeah.
And it made my top 10 of the year easily.
Same, without having a fucking ending.
Yeah, without even having an ending. That's how good this show is.
Yeah.
Look, even counting sequels, it was still my top 10 of the year.
Yeah, it's yeah.
And
It's just really good.
I still can't believe some of you all, not necessarily the two of you. Actually, no, Jack, you were a bit leery about the art style.
I was leery about the art style before I actually watched the first episode.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then I fell in love with the show, and I was like, "Why? What the hell was I thinking?"
Yeah.
Yeah, the art style is off-putting if you don't actually see it for yourself.
Yeah.
But it's because it doesn't look like anime at all. It looks like something on like freaking.
You need to watch
Nick,
it in motion.
Nick
Once
Jr.
you do,
or whatever.
Yeah.
Once you see it in motion, you will come to get used to it.
I just show people that one clip of Boji using Ultra Instinct. There you go.
It's a good clip. It's a very good clip for getting people hooked.
Yeah.
But what are the rest of your guys' top 10s?
Oh God,
I don't really make top 10s, but off the top of my head, jeez, what else was there? Hold on, let me look at the.
I already have my list for the 10 shows I thought were best this season.
Let's see. So, as I said, Senpai in third, Komi-san in fourth, Lupin fifth, Blue Period sixth, Takt seventh, Sakugan eighth, and after that, then Irina, which I did drop, but then Tesla Note in 10th, because as much as I did drop Irina, it's still better than Tesla Note.
Another news, Water is Wet.
Would probably be third for me. Assassin probably fourth. And for fifth, I guess... you know what? I'll give it to Garandoll. Why not?
Interesting. I'm gonna go up the list instead. 10th place, I'd put Sakugan. 9th would be Lupin Part 6. 8th would be Takt.Op. 7th would be Faraway Paladin. 6th, World's Finest Assassin. 5th, Banished from the Heroes Party. 4th, Senpai is Annoying. And 3rd, Heike Story.
Good list. Good list.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the top 3 of the season are the only shows that made me cry this season, so...
Yeah.
It was that first episode of Komi, just like the chalkboard scene.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I mean, when I first read the chalkboard scene in the manga, I did have to stop for a second just because it was just so
emotionally powerful.
So emotionally powerful, but also just so relatable at times.
It's a beautiful scene.
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. And just... It hits right in the feels.
Yeah. But that is all we have for tonight. That is the full anime season wrapped up. We have assigned ourselves the premieres, so that is currently set in for the 22nd of January.
Mm-hmm.
I just had to take a look because it's currently in American format, which is dumb. I'm sorry, month then day is dumb.
No.
Do you say January 1st, or do you say the 1st of January more?
1st of January.
That's weird.
Yeah, that is weird. You're wrong.
I mean, you don't put fucking, like, minutes, then hours, then seconds, do you?
Yeah, but that's an entirely different time.
Yeah, that is different. That's not very fair.
Look, your date system is dumb just like your temperature system is dumb.
Hey.
Okay. We know, but hey.
So the premiere stream 22nd, and then we'll schedule the rest after that once we've got a good idea of what we're watching. This is going to be a much lighter season. I mean, just looking at our list, I think we probably have, in the list that we covered today, we might have as many shows as we could even cover for the winter season, we only have like 24, 25 shows.
I'm
fine with a light season for once.
Yeah, no, same, honestly.
We've had one of those.
It'll be nice to have a break of a season.
Give me time to watch maybe the stuff I missed out on last year and maybe binge an older show.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2021 was just such a stacked year. Even the relatively light summer season.
Yeah. But yeah, currently we've got 25 shows, 25 new shows, and then 4 sequels: Case Study of Vanitas Season 2, Realist Heroes Season 2, Princess Connect Season 2, and Attack on Titan, the final season, Part 2.
I will laugh my ass off if there turns out to be a final season Part 3.
I almost think there will be, but we'll see. I'm curious about that, actually.
I will be staying silent on all matters Attack on Titan.
That's probably for the best.
Actually, no. As I said before the stream, I'll be staying silent in all matters of Attack on Titan except for one in the wrap up, where I assume I will be saying "I told you so." Yep. Not you in particular, Nmbr, just Attack on Titan fans in general.
No, please. Don't worry about that.
But yeah, that's everything. Future streams tomorrow should be D&D. Tuesday, firstly now I'll be doing something. Thursday will be more Ace Attorney. Edgeworth is still on trial. Even though we have pretty conclusively proved that he did not commit the fucking murder, he is still up on the murder charge.
Mill, somebody has to go to the chair.
Why can't we send Von Karma?
Because he has the judge in his pocket, and presumably in his pants.
Yeah. And then, what have we got for next Saturday?
Fantasy Tropes.
Fantasy Tropes, that's right. Fantasy Tropes for next week.
That's going to be a fun one.
So, look forward to that. Otherwise, as always, thank you for watching, and we will see you next time. Good night.
Later.